history? Do you like scary stories? Well, I got a series for you. Join me as I virtually guide you through 13 haunted historic Philadelphia sites. I am Tanya J. Heath and I'm your host. Join It's undoubtedly a haunted city with hundreds of years of creepy stories. We start our adventure at the Liberty Bell, the most popular tourist attraction in the city. The bell was made in England and delivered to Philadelphia in August 1752. Don't know about hauntings, but the bell breeds violence. To my knowledge, the bell has been attacked twice since the founding of the United States. The first time was in the early 1970s, right before the USA's bicentennial celebration, when a man was arrested for beating the bell with a car's tailpipe. The second time was in April 2001, 5 months before 9/11. A man struck the Liberty Bell 4 to 5 times with a small hammer, shouting about God and leaving an imprint on the lip of the bell. The Liberty Bell is free to visit. You wait in a queue and go through a metal detector. But it's also free to stare at when walking down the street in National Treasure out there. We're headed to Independence Hall. Americans should know this place from school because this is where the United States Declaration of Independence was signed on July 4th, 1776. It's also where the U.S. Constitution was debated. It is said to be haunted by the spirits of Benedict Arnold and Benjamin Franklin. This place is a mild haunt. It's free for the public to enjoy, but you gotta make reservations for time tickets in order to explore the inside for a tour. Group size matters. There's also a hospital for the Revolutionary War for both British soldiers and American prisoners of war, so the long hall was lined with the wounded and the dead. There's plenty of reports of shadows around corners and footsteps. There's a classic story of a park ranger in the 90s locking up for the night and seeing a smoky silhouette on the big staircase leading up to the second floor. The ranger noticed the figure was dressed in a full colonial uniform, and as he climbed the stairs, it disappeared. Benjamin Franklin is claimed to never have truly left Philadelphia. Here's 2 of his literal haunts. First, we visit the American Philosophical Society. Ben Franklin has been spotted bustling around with books. First-hand account from the 1880s of a mother-daughter cleaning crew where Franklin bumped into the mother with arms full of books and gave her a dirty look before storming away, leaving the woman stunned. This statue of Ben Franklin is said to hop off the pedestal and dance in the streets, especially on New Year's Eve. Our dude liked partying. Next up, we have Christ Church Burial Ground. This is where Franklin and his wife Deborah are buried. There are shadows seen about the graveyard, often near founding father Benjamin Rush's grave. But lore reads if you wander past Franklin's grave, you should give the founder a penny or any change that you have on hand and place it upon his grave and wish for good luck, prosperity, and wealth. After all, a penny saved is a penny earned, right? Next, we have the Betsy Ross house. I got weird vibes here when I visited last year as an adult. Betsy Ross is the woman credited to have sewn and designed the first American flag, 13 white 5-pointed stars in a circle on a blue background, alongside 13 alternating red and white stripes. The spirit of Betsy herself is rumored to wander around the house, crying at the foot of her bed and mourning the loss of her husband and several of her children. There was actually a break-in in the 1980s, and there was a murder in the basement. And visitors have said to see shadows, dark feelings, and ill will down there. Most cats have been seen within and about the house, as the family were known to be animal lovers and had hosted 10 or more cats at a time. Check the fountain. Been waiting for this one. It's Hamilton time. Alexander Hamilton is rumored to haunt the streets of Old City, Philadelphia. Welcome to the First Bank of the United States, where Hamilton, Treasury Secretary, poured his heart and soul into establishing a monetary system for the country. Tales consist of Hamilton peeking out his head in the upper right windows, brainstorming. Reports from workers say that whispers are heard throughout the upper part of the building, and there's flickering lights. I'm still a little salty that Lin-Manuel Miranda didn't mention Philly in the musical at all, aside from the line, "I was louder than the crack in the bell." But the constitutional conventions were held in Philly. Philly was also the capital of the U.S. for about 10 years while they built Washington, D.C. A lot of the musical from the song Non-Stop to About One Last Time happens in Philly. The popularity of Hamilton the musical encouraged donors and historical societies to put more money into finally restoring the bank. I can't wait to see what else is revealed when the bank hopefully reopens to the public in 2026. Hey, hey you! Do you like history? Do you like scary stories? Well, I got a series for you. Join me as I virtually guide you through 13 haunted historic Philadelphia sites. I am Tanya J. Heath and I'm your host. It's undoubtedly a haunted city with hundreds of years of creepy stories. We start our adventure at the Liberty Bell, the most popular tourist attraction in the city. The bell was made in England and delivered to Philadelphia in August 1752. Don't know about hauntings, but the bell breeds violence. To my knowledge, the bell has been attacked twice since the founding of the United States. The first time was in the early 1970s, right before the USA's bicentennial celebration, when a man was arrested for beating the bell with a car's tailpipe. The second time was in April 2001, 5 months before 9/11. A man struck the Liberty Bell 4 to 5 times with a small hammer, shouting about God and leaving an imprint on the lip of the bell. The Liberty Bell is free to visit. You wait in a queue and go through a metal detector. But it's also free to stare at when walking down the street in National Treasure out there. We're headed to Independence Hall. Americans should know this place from school because this is where the United States Declaration of Independence was signed on July 4th, 1776. It's also where the U.S. Constitution was debated. It is said to be haunted by the spirits of Benedict Arnold and Benjamin Franklin. This place is a mild haunt. It's free for the public to enjoy, but you gotta make reservations for time tickets in order to explore the inside for a tour. Group size matters. There's also a hospital for the Revolutionary War for both British soldiers and American prisoners of war, so the long hall was lined with the wounded and the dead. There's plenty of reports of shadows around corners and footsteps. There's a classic story of a park ranger in the 90s locking up for the night and seeing a smoky silhouette on the big staircase leading up to the second floor. The ranger noticed the figure was dressed in a full colonial uniform, and as he climbed the stairs, it disappeared. Benjamin Franklin is claimed to never...
Yes.
Hello and welcome to our first ever Halloween spectacular. I don't know about you guys, but I'm super pumped for tonight.
I'm evilly pumped.
Yes, this is my favorite holiday, so I am so ready for this. We have some awesome content for y'all. We have we have tricks and we have thrills and we have chills and we have X's. Oh wait, no X's, but hexes.
No X's.
No
Hexes.
X's, but we
Yes.
do have some hexes.
Yes. Yes.
I love this like alternate personality that Rachel's doing. And
Yes.
we're just super excited. 6 straight hours, guys. So stay with us. I got my wait, can I say this, Colleen, or will we get dinged? Can I say what I'm drinking? Yes. Okay. If I say the company, will I get dinged? Okay, cool. It's free advertising. All right. So I have my Boulevard Fling. So for those of you who are from Kansas City, Boulevard Brewing Company is an amazing beer company, and they also do now these little cocktails in a can. And your girl's drink is a bourbon mule, like a Moscow mule with whiskey bourbon. And guys, this thing is bomb, especially if you're like me and you're lazy and you don't want to have to make the drink. So cheers to that.
Cheers. I'm also lazy, so I'm drinking an award-winning box wine.
I hope you're doing it with a giant straw like that SNL skit.
Oh no, but I did use a jelly jar. So, if I'm drinking box wine, I like to drink it out of my little, like where I save jelly from or jam, and then that's what that is.
Very nice. All right. Here I go.
So I don't know if y'all have been enjoying the pre-show, but Tanya over here was our curator through Philadelphia. What an amazing job that was. I was really excited to learn about it.
I love Haunted Philly. We have several more hits to go through, and I will post them on the TQQ social media. Tag back. I am Tanya. I am your production manager. So I do all sorts of fun front of house things. Also, my adult beverage of the night, I am drinking a Shiner Bock Oktoberfest.
Out of Texas, represent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Me and Colleen are the northern eastern city girls. So listen, we gotta. It's a little strange, but it's not as good as Brooklyn.
Yeah. Mine is off screen and a little bit further away, but I have my Sam Adams Oktoberfest. That's my choice. It's, that or cider, it's fall. Fall, crisp, wonderful, and just something.
That's the only.
Yeah.
All right. That's the only thing I'll give the Boston. They make really good beer.
I actually do have a little bit of bourbon later, so I'll be mixing that with some apple cider when I'm a little less scary. The red wine just goes with this look, though. Which, I look like a Sith Lord, y'all, but I'm not a Sith Lord. And, by the way, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Rachel Blingstrom. I am the theater manager and co-founder of the Quarantine Queens, and I do want to welcome you to our Halloween Spectacular. We do have some great things from you, from people, from women all over the world, with our special guests, the 80s Kids Out of Station Theater in Houston, Texas. Y'all, you're in for a real treat, from comedy to scares to thrills to drinks. I hope you are drinking with us for another Tipsy TQQ event.
Yes, hello, and I am Hillary Metzger. I'm the artistic director. We are an online, international, all-women plus theater company. And each week we bring you a little something on Zoom, and now we bring it to you on YouTube, and now we also bring it to you on Streamlab, right?
Twitch. We're live on Twitch. Our Streamlab is our local donation page, which you should see attached to the feed. If you can sponsor us a little bit for a donation, we super appreciate it. We're doing our first pay for a performance in December, and we've totally got to cover those rights. And we want to make sure that we keep bringing you really awesome home theater.
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
And if you want to get to us on some of the other social medias, most of them we are at TQQ Theater Company, and that is theater spelled Theatre, like we're British, because that's the original spelling. She went
That's
to
the
East
art
15.
form. That's the art form. The other way is a space.
Correct. We are not brick and mortar. We are worldwide, y'all. And we do have people from all over the world in tonight's show, from Austria, Hungary, Hong Kong, Canada, Mexico City, London. We got them, y'all. So
Rachel, can you introduce Ellen and her work?
yes. Today we have a real treat. Ellen Reed, who I had the pleasure of meeting through Nothing Without a Company, which is a local group in Chicago, who you may have seen me post about. They have some great new content coming out as well. And she's fairly prolific script writer. Her first piece will be Wildfire. And I don't actually see her bio, so I'm going to pull that up here in just a minute and we'll get it to you. But this is a really interesting take, and the Quarantine Queens are happy to have Ellen Reed with us, as well as all of her actors.
Right. So in just a moment, we're going to go live with Ellen's The Wildfire.
Burn, burn, look down, look down. Do not look them in the eye. Might be asymptomatic or asymmetric. I do not know which is worse.
Explore, explore the negative nature of space. Antagonist, hold my hand. It's sweaty. My palm, not this earth. It's dry. Dirt.
Burn, burn.
You understand, Kafka, and still you cannot hide.
You understand, Kafka, and still you cannot hide.
Make anew, make anew. With creativity at my side, a destructive coalescence. These sounds fall out of my mind. Horns and large, deep growls from the bowels of mountaintops. And I'm at the center that will not hold. A curious thing, curiouser and curiouser.
Burn, burn, this place that makes me hold in arms tight throughout the nights. Whilst I think on death and suffering the slings and arrows of mangled rhythms. Watch the creatures, watch the creatures. They'll make for the lake not knowing it's gonna burn too. The whole damn zoo will blister wide. It'll fill with pus, bursting with pictures of us. Wildfire, stone, and me, your holiest of water.
Water? Water? Everywhere, but not a drop to drink. I wanted to fuck Earth, but couldn't find her LinkedIn. My Oedipal ego is driven by my desire to burn trees, and your bark smelling mighty fine. My olfactory is tingling with a desire to intake you into my machine. And if you are waiting, then please, I insist you take my rope and use it for the Godot reenactment. Just my absolute favorite. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. And yet, everything happens. Don't you see? Can't you look and see truth? Don't be scared, my little tree. After the noose, you will be a part of creation.
Burn, burn, the world continues to turn, whether you are in it or not. Is this rope to make a noose for the Godot reenactment?
Are they to reenact Godot? Am I hearing that correctly? During the apocalypse. And this is what you think the world needs. And this is what you've led yourself to believe, that this is what the world really needs. Another reenactment. Convince yourself while you are on your knees. Come into your hands and hold it up to the skies. Semen stains the mountaintops. Semen stains the mountaintops. I think I'll roll up another joint if I'm to continue doom scrolling Twitter today.
Doom! Doom! Your empire will come to doom, and you will be stuck in your room, watching it all come down, wishing it was easier to date on Zoom. The soothsayer has foretold that all will collapse. Come to doom.
Glace is a fucking mess.
Oh? Do something then. Clean?
I suppose.
What do you think Martians are doing right now?
You fucked up again? Ghost, this bitch is smoking again. Always stoned.
Leave her be. She's always been the smart one.
Right.
I'm fine. No, I mean it. I'm high, but say Martians existed. What do you think they're doing? What do you think they're eating?
I don't know.
Well, pretend.
Imagination is a bourgeois privilege. Poop must clean. Clean. No one wants to hear from old Sweepy.
I don't have time for this. There are eggs waiting to be made and a counter that... Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, come on. Fine. If Martians existed, they would probably be flying in spacecraft and fighting each other.
You think there's war? Even on other planets?
War. Everywhere.
Nah, nope. Don't buy it.
What?
Yeah, that's an easy way out. I think Martians would have conquered war.
Jesus, sober up, Jane. I'm gonna make you some coffee. I can't deal with this today.
The pandemic house blend. I miss Starbucks.
Yeah. Hey, I'm here with you all day.
Always at home.
On the computer most of the day.
Looking for work?
What does that even mean? No one is hiring actresses during a pandemic.
I get plenty of Zoom gigs.
Oh, and those pay as well as the Goodman or Chicago theater backup dance gigs. Get real.
No one will hurt you. No one will save you either.
Zoom is awful, but the pandemic will be over soon.
Over soon, right? Exactly. Might as well enjoy the ride.
What philosophy is that, Bob Marley?
My own, also Diogenes.
Coffee's in the other room.
Future's a mess. Now is a mist. Bring up the past.
I'm feeling nostalgic. You want to do something tonight?
Like staying inside? We always stay inside.
Make bread. You've been wanting to teach me how to make bread.
No, honey, let's save that for another night.
Oh, come on. I think we have everything here.
And you suggested the activity without knowing if we could do the thing? That's just like you.
Oop. I just checked. Oh, well. We don't have yeast.
You have a camera in the fridge that connects to your phone?
Yeah. I stopped trusting you after like the 4th time I caught you sleepwalking. So, bleep, bleep, GoPro camera in the fridge.
I feel like most people sleepwalk.
No, it's just you.
breakneck speed, marionette the other. These insecurities will end up driving us all insane. And then what is sane? An affliction of an empty brain? Summer solstice gives way to autumn equinox. Every year is the same. Soft skin gives way to hard eyes.
Clean.
Clean. You're always talking, stupid ghost.
Should be cleaning. Stupid ghost.
Leave the talking outside the door and the poetry.
Make everything change.
Make it all different.
Breakneck speed, marionettes the other. These insecurities will end up driving us all insane. And then what is sane? An affliction of an empty brain? Summer solstice gives way to autumn equinox. Soft skin gives way to hard eyes. And now it's winter.
Oh,
You know what? That's enough talking. Get
Shut
out.
up. You're killing
Go.
my buzz.
Always talk. Leave.
God. I might pick it back up again. I don't know. I was never that great at the banjo. How about I let you know as soon as I do? All right, now. I don't care. It was never my gerbil to begin with. Sounds good. Yeah. Bye. Yeah. $10 a tab is what I'm selling it for. I'll let her know. Yeah. Okay. Right. Bye.
Did you install a laugh track?
No. Thought you might have.
Hate that type of shit. Stoner TV.
What? It's relaxing.
I don't want to get into this.
Okay.
They say more of California burned today. It's almost outside my parents' place.
But it's winter.
In most places, it's winter.
Not in Texas.
No, but in California, the wildfire's still raging, even though it's winter. My family might need to stay here for a few days.
Let's get another pet.
What? Did you hear what I just said? Besides, we need help with the rent. I know it's not ideal, but they won't be too much of a bother. They can stay in the living room.
Maybe another gerbil.
Fuck you.
Your parents aren't allowed here. How dare you ask? Rent will take care of itself. Where's my weed?
Where are my folks gonna go?
My parents will get them a hotel.
You're what?
Yeah,
And the rent?
my parents. They'll pay for everything. It's a pandemic.
Oh, I can't pay you back.
And you'll never have to.
Regardless, they both died. They almost made it out of Cali. I haven't cried yet. I don't know what to do with that info. Part of me feels like I should, but who knows? Maybe I'll just end up crying when the feelings set in. Yeah, so numb. When the wildfire came from the west, all the way up to our doorstep in Chicago, I stared into it. It hurt my eyes, but I knew it was important. Something deep within me that I had never felt before told me to pay attention. This mistake of a fire that was never supposed to reach Chicago, that was supposed to stay within California. What stared back at me was a tangle of eyes, limbs that dripped cum, feces. The great chasm echoed and took in. It was. And nothing escaped from its vortex. Bits of bone and brain littered my own. Fangs begot fangs. It sucked in everything, all that tried to run from it. Houses, children, pets. And we just watched as the blaze grew brighter. No one could seem to even move from their spot, transfixed by this carbon-fueled black hole. And yet everyone had their eyes rolled into the backs of their heads. They weren't even looking, just facing forward and staring upwards, their mouths gaping open, emitting a long droning howl. But I wanted to see it. It was my life, my past, my history, my whole self. I need to see into the flames. So I stood, trying not to gape at the blaze, just like they, the masses, did. A great inferno, a vortex that inhaled everything inside. Tentacles came from the edges to take me, with their razors to my sanity. Massive tentacles covered with the 40,000 eyes surrounded us all. And I got to watch, knowing that I wouldn't survive, knowing that this is the only way, knowing that I would need to be inside to see the truth. And they were all just gaping our mouths toward the infinite. And the unending need to be with Mama. And slip-ring tendrils, come on. come with Mama.
Awesome. Woo!
Welcome back. And that was Ellen Reed. And I think she's a very interesting avant-garde writer. And again, super excited to have her on the team. And everyone's information on, if you are enjoying their show, enjoying their things, we will be releasing her contact information if you have any questions or you want to follow them on any other social media. So just keep in mind the people you enjoy. Also, some of these will be re-released to give it a little more individual attention throughout the week. And then only our Patreon customers will have access to everything. So keep that in mind. If you like what we're doing here, please join our Patreon. Hillary.
You. Talking to you. All right.
Yeah, Tanya's next. Tanya's a person too.
Yes.
So,
What if
people's favorite scary movies.
What are we doing? Me?
Yeah.
favorite scary movie?
Oh, okay. All right. My favorite scary movie is the classic. It is 1978 Halloween. We started the slasher trend. Listen, I'm also at a house party, so if you hear the ambient noise, but Halloween is my absolute favorite movie because you have this like omnipresent man thing. Is he a creature? Is he a man? But he's also stalking you, so he knows where you are. Not only does he know where you are, he knows where your friends are. He knows what you're about to do. He's been watching you for a little bit of time now. So he's killed all your friends to get to you. And now how do you beat this thing that's been stalking you for so long? Like it's I love it. I absolutely loved it. And I saw Halloween. My family's a horror family. Meaning like I was like 7 or 6 when I saw Halloween. I'm like, why would you do this to a kid? But thankfully I was able to like logic myself out of that one. But I was just like, why? Okay, so I'm not gonna get murdered. Only she's gonna get murdered, but I'm gonna watch.
You know what's interesting about your description is like that's how you could describe why humans became the apex predator, because of like our endurance. We weren't the fastest out there, but we just endured and we kept following, and like our prey would run away from us and we just keep moving and moving, and like, oh, that is terrifying. We are terrifying predators, just like in Halloween. Okay.
I did see a Tumblr post on something similar to that. I was like, hey, if aliens ever invaded us, they would be like, what's wrong with them? They're endurance. They're really weird. Like you poke them and they bleed and they don't care. Like they keep going and we're the Energizer bunnies of the galaxy apparently. It's like, we know we're gonna die, but we're gonna fight while we're here. Hashtag human.
Yeah. We're a really weird alien species, aren't we?
What about you, Rachel?
Oh, I was gonna ask Hillary next because she's got lots of scary things. I'll tell you the one though that did terrify me the most. I wouldn't say it's my favorite, and that was Cujo. When I was a kid, and I was a huge animal lover. We had a bunch of animals growing up, and I was pretty young watching it. I probably shouldn't have been. And then my younger sister was watching it, who still swears she loves horror movies. And she ran out of the movie first, as like as soon as the dog charged, the car that they were stuck in. And then after she ran out, I just kind of like looked around. I was like, I'm gonna go see if she's okay. And then I never came back.
Oh my god.
What about you, Hillary?
Okay, so Tanya took my first favorite, but it's okay. It's all good because I am a horror movie fanatic. I also come from a horror family. Like when we have family movie night, we watch scary movies. So I have seen so many scary movies, but I would definitely say that I'm a huge slasher fan, and my second favorite for sure is Scream. I love the genius of when Wes Craven came out with that film. There was no such thing as that sort of meta horror. He invented a new genre. And then to be so clever as to comment on all of the problematic things that are existing in horror while it's in the middle of a horror movie. And then to kill off your main heroine and the like super popular Drew Barrymore, like one of your most expensive stars, in like the first 15 minutes. It's just the whole thing, I think, is genius.
Should we have had a spoiler alert on that?
No, because it happens in literally the first 15 minutes. Like everyone's seen the opening scene at the very least.
Years ago, right? It's like 30 years old.
90s.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Feel old now, Tanya.
None of your stuff.
What about you, Colleen?
Oh my god, I am not a horror movie person. I think I've told you queens before. I jump scare so bad, which makes it crazy that like my first professional tech job was in a haunted attraction. And I think my thing is all about kind of the, less about the thriller and more about the psychological. So if we can categorize it as a horror or at least a scary movie, Red Dragon. Because it's an extension of the Hannibal Lecter story without being like all about the cannibalism. Like the psychological torture of it is incredible, and it is I think it's also really like a weird piece of like art. I will say I'm the person who jumped because someone like screamed boo in Shaun of the Dead. Like, so I'm much more onto that psychological side of it. I don't know, I like to think that we can catch the monsters, not that they're this, like, overwhelming force.
And that was the original one, right? From, like, was it 80s?
Yeah.
And, I don't know if y'all like it, but I love Hannibal the show. So I'm, like, really iffy and hit and miss when it comes to scary movies, because I cannot deal with any of the torture. Like, I saw Hostel, and that was, like, the beginning of the torture porn, and there's, like, no more for me. I stopped watching scary movies for a while. But somehow Hannibal, despite how like gross it is and gory and graphic, like it's also like the cinematography is amazing and beautiful. Plus, Gillian Anderson is in it, and she's yes, or Dana Scully.
Marry me.
I would have to like. It's not a movie, but I would have to say that's my favorite horror anything.
Yeah.
So extension from you.
It's a really good show. I binged it. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to pause and say thank you so much to our first donation of the night. We appreciate that so much. You're amazing.
I have no idea.
Thank you, Allison. You're great. I'd say, God, there's something about like the weird almost obsession that we have, particularly like like women or people assigned female at birth have with, with the like idea of the serial killer and everything. It's a weird community to end up in, but it's there.
Yeah. I think part of it is, like a lot of there's both the serial killer who is asocial, which most people like, it's really hard to empathize with because it's completely different. And then there's those who are just not really psychotic. They're just sadistic or evil. And you can take normalized people, and we have those people in our society now, like who can be supposedly like pushed into that area. I don't know. Freaks me out. So I know coming up next, we have a nice treat from our special guests. We do have the 80s Kids at a Station Theater. Should I go ahead and tell a little about them?
Why don't you introduce just a little bit of a conversation? I know they've got but also tell us about how you met them.
Yeah, so actually when I got out of the Navy, I didn't really know how to reconnect with life. So I found this improv community in Houston, and it was pretty young, and it was pretty new. I think they had just gotten a theater called Station Theater, and the original owner was Shyla Hungerford, but now Jessica Brown and Roger Anderson own it and run it, and it's thriving. But yeah, I went in, I took one class, and then they were holding auditions, and I was like, I'm gonna audition, and everyone's like, who takes one class and comes to audition to be on a house troupe for a theater company? But they let me in anyways. And my very first show, which was kind of introductory, I pulled a chair behind me because I was still in brain space, I'll use props. And I called myself a centaur. And then Jessica Brown rode me and brushed my beautiful mane. And we had a friendship that was just, once you have somebody ride your centaur back, you're friends for life, I think. Yeah, and it's a really wonderful community. I would say if you are in Houston or looking to get involved in improv, absolutely check in the Station Theater. That community is just wonderful, which is why to this day, that was in 2012 or 13, and here we are. And I'm like, I would like to give you guys a feature time slot for us. And I think that's the improv community. It's cooperative, not competitive.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much today to Station Theater. And we are going to start with their intro, and then you get to meet Jessica and Jesse.
And now, if 80s icons chose different occupations. If Susie Sue from Susie and the Banshees was a babysitter.
Peekaboo.
Hello, Mother. Stepdad Jake. Here I am at Crystal Lake. Camp is good here. Food is filling. Please don't worry about all the serial killings.
Locals warned us of the legend, but that's before they all got bludgeoned. And those counselors, they won't be drinking, 'cause their bodies are all in the lake a sinking.
No more bullying from that jock guy. Took an arrow to his one eye. Now the goth girl won't come outside. Drank a potion laced with arsenic and cyanide. Oh no.
The dead bodies will all show soon. I can see them by the full moon. That girl Heather was a vixen. Somebody slit her throat and it needs fixing.
I'm coming home, oh loving mother, coming home to find another. I really can't stop the killing here. There's no more bodies I can spare. Coming home, I'm out of victims. So much blood, it's such a vision. So much noise and arms and legs, and everyone just cries and begs.
Dearest mother, darling mother, I'm the last girl, there's no other. Hope I make it out alive. Oh God, please just let me see 25.
Man, I'm slashing like a surgeon. But don't worry, dearest mom, I'm still a virgin.
And now, if 80s icons chose different occupations. If Blondie was a meteorologist.
And now with more news on the hurricane, here's Deborah Harry.
And we're live. Back in. Yes. So welcome the team leaders or the representatives. So Jessica Brown is both one of the co-owners of Station Theater, and Jesse Garson and Jessica Brown have this troupe, the 80s Kids, who are prolific and awesome. And go ahead and introduce yourself with your pronouns, and then tell us how the 80s Kids got started.
My name is Jessica Brown, one of the owners of Station Theater and one of the 3 producers of the 80s Kids. She, her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Jesse Garson, the second of 3 co-founders of the 80s Kids. Generally they, them. I'll answer to he.
Certainly. And real quick, what are your costumes?
I just like this wig. So I got this wig and some cool goggles, and that's it. And some really cool filigree butterfly wings that you can't see really well. But I'm actually sitting out on the porch waiting for trick-or-treaters, so we'll see what happens.
You are like the fairy godmother that brings candy to all the children.
Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I am.
From the land of steampunk, right?
Yeah. We'll go with that. Yeah. But Jesse's costume is the one you need to know about.
Yeah, I'm that unnamed guy that attacks the prettiest boy in all of the 1980s music videos in that "Aha, Take on Me" music video. So
my heart still belongs to Morton Harkett.
Awesome. And so how did y'all found the 80s Kids? What was it that drew y'all together? We got to do this troupe.
Okay, so in 2016 was when we first came together, and that was the year that we lost Prince, David Bowie, Carrie Fisher, so many people. And it was one of those things that as those of us who grew up in the 80s, it just hit us so hard. And so we're we want to do a tribute to all of these people at the end of the year. And it actually started out as an improv show with a little bit of a sketch opening. And then as things developed, we just found ourselves leaning more into sketch. I'll pass it off to Jesse and let you tell some things too.
Yeah, no, sure. So we all lost too many people that none of our improv and theater friends even remembered. So we were like, okay, we got to do a tribute show of some sort. And Jessica threw that together in 2016. And then, unfortunately, as happens when you get a little bit older, all of our childhood heroes keep passing on. And we just lost Sean Connery, or at least I heard about it today.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know.
So that's Halloween. Sorry.
And one of the things that we typically do is on our last show of the year, we have an in memoriam where we actually, we tell kind of our personal stories about some of our heroes that may have passed, and really kind of keep celebrating the 80s and keep things alive. We kind of, the way that we look at the 80s kids though is not necessarily that it's all 80s. You will see a lot of 80s, but we look at it as basically anything that's happened in our lifetimes. So for me, it's like 1973 forward. We keep saying that at some point we're going to do the 80s kids, the college years, which means we'll take on the 90s, but we've not gotten there yet. We will.
Is that going to be like Saved by the Bell, the college years?
Exactly. Exactly inspired by that.
Awesome. And so I know, Jesse, you're going to be doing one of the live readings before we go into some of y'all's pre-recorded stuff, which super excited about y'all. I mean, these people are so talented and funny, and obviously really love costumes, and I just adore them. So you are in for a real treat. And so you will be reading my Halloween memory, right? Or telling it, is that correct?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, I've got lots of notes. It'll be a slightly improvised reading.
Perfect. We're improvisers. I'm with it. Are we ready for that part now, Colleen? All right. Well, let's turn it over to Jesse. I'm gonna poke out of this room and go ahead.
Okay. So, Halloween memories. I am somebody who gets scared very easily, and yet Halloween is my favorite thing because Halloween has this layer of petty arson and vandalism and costumes and candy, but underneath that is a terrifying core of existential dread and genuine monstrous fear. And I, as a very small child, had those fears in spades because I suffered night terrors. Now, you may have had nightmares, and nightmares are like, oh no, I'm at school, but I'm in my underwear. Night terrors are sort of nightmares on steroids, such that instead of, oh my God, I'm at school, it's, oh my God, I'm being torn apart and turned inside out by monstrous demons. But at school? At any rate, the point is, I had to figure out how to deal with these super scary dreams as like a second grader. And my parents were not particularly helpful. I had a really scary dream and I went to my parents and was like, oh my God, I had a nightmare, mommy, daddy. And they took one look at me and their faces fell off and they turned out to be horrific, evil robot duplicates of my parents. And then I woke up because that was still part of the nightmare. That's the level of scary that my brain was setting up for me, right? Like, not fun. So then I talked to my real parents, and they were only slightly more helpful by saying, well, nothing that happens in dreams can actually hurt you, right? All of this is just in your imagination, so you're fine. Monsters aren't real. All of this is just fine, which, sounds sort of plausible, but this is the same guy who told me, that everything was fine, and then his face fell off, and that was just a few weeks earlier. So I was still somewhat reluctant to accept their advice. One thing that he said that did help, though, is he said, look, dreams, they're not that realistic. Dreams are trying to seem like real life, but they're always going to get something wrong. Many people for hundreds of years believed that you couldn't dream in color. Lots of people say that you can't dream words that you could read. If you try to read a newspaper page, it'll just be blank. And some people say that, like, when you close your eyes and you press at your eyes, you'll see like bright flashes. They're called phosphenes. That won't happen in dreams because you're not really pressing your real eyes when you're in your dreams. So there are lots of ways to check out that your dreams are not real. So anytime something scary was happening to me as a kid, I would go like this. And I would see those bright lights flashing and I would go, okay, well, this is real. I got to deal with this. Or sometimes I would be in a dream. The scary monster would be about to eat me. I'd go like this. And wow, nothing happened. So now I know I'm in a dream. Now I'm not scared because I know this is not a real monster and everything is going to be okay. And that worked for a while until in 1983, Steven Spielberg decided he would destroy all children's lives by releasing terrifying film after terrifying film all in a row. He's really almost single-handedly why we have PG-13 as a rating now, because before that, you'd go, oh, this movie's PG. I can totally watch Poltergeist, Temple of Doom, films that, you know, with hearts coming out of people's bodies and things, great fodder for someone like me who would then go to sleep and have horrific, nightmarish, disturbing things happen. So after seeing the movie Poltergeist, I literally couldn't sleep. I did not want to have dreams anymore. And one night, having fallen asleep unexpectedly, I woke up with a start to strange noises. I ran out of my room to the bathroom, looking in the mirror, and the noises got louder. Something was coming up the stairs. So, close my eyes, press my hands into my eyes, and I see the flashes. So, okay, this is a real situation. I'm going to have to deal with this. But the thing coming up the stairs was not human. Monsters are real. Monsters are real. This is genuinely happening. And then I woke up because the human mind can be smart, and I sometimes am not that smart. My brain had figured out that I was trying to figure out whether or not things were dreams or real, and had been waiting to pull this ultimate trick of genuinely fooling me into believing that something was real when it wasn't. Well, after that, it was weeks and weeks and weeks of not sleeping almost at all. And then, of course, I went to a psychologist and I was diagnosed attention deficit disorder hyperactive and got help. And now the nightmares are, well, since 2016, they're happening a lot more often. And I keep, trying, but kind of seems like all this is real. Yeah? Well, happy Halloween anyway, and enjoy some candy, or you could self-medicate.
And now, if 80s icons chose different occupations. If Blondie was a meteorologist.
And now with more news on the hurricane, here's Deborah Harry. So Deborah, we hear the waters are rising quickly. How are things doing?
The tide is high, but we're holding on.
Thanks, Deborah. You're on number 1.
This should be a good neighborhood. It's all rich and famous people living here. We're gonna get so much candy. Trick or treat.
Oh, hello, children. I am Dr. Ruth Westheimer, and here you go for a happy Halloween. And remember, there is nothing scarier than the epidemic of sexually transmitted diseases.
Are these condoms?
Yes, but they are fruit-flavored condoms. A fun way for you and your romantic partner to explore.
Ew. Thanks a lot, lady. Okay, this place has gotta have some great candy. Look at how fancy this is. Trick or treat.
Hello, children. Happy Halloween from me, Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous host, Robin Leach. Here you all go.
What's this, mister?
I wish you all champagne wishes and caviar dreams.
You probably shouldn't be giving alcohol to kids.
Oh, come on. It's the 80s. Everyone smokes and everyone drinks.
Okay. Happy Halloween. I'm getting desperate. We're 0 for 2 here, gang. Alright. This is the last house on the block. This is our last shot. Here we go. Trick or treat.
Oh, hello. you children look scarier than the government saying we're here to help.
Mr. President, what an honor. We've all been trying to get candy all night, but so far we've come up empty. I sure am relieved to see you. A famous jelly bean enthusiast like you is sure to have awesome candy.
Yes, well, I'm...
And now, if 80s icons chose different occupations. If Stephen King's Carrie was a welder.
And this year's Welder of the Year goes to Carrie White.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high.
I'm Vicky, and I read The Goat Who Wore Roller Skates. It's a real fun story about a ghost who gets around in a really funny way. I don't want to give away the ending, but this book was full of surprises. I loved it.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and the book I read was The Necronomicon by madman Abdul Al-Hazred. At first, it was a little hard to understand what this book was about, but then you get to read about the elder gods from beyond the edge of the universe, and the pace really picks up.
This hellish and forbidden book of horrors contains endless secrets. Soon you find you know the names of the unspeakable. You get to invoke Amut Seba, the devourer of stars, Zethog, the dark lord of whirling vortices, and even he who shall not be named.
So, if you like reading about other cultures, maybe this book is for you.
Are they okay? Hi, I'm Corey. Do you like arts and crafts? I sure do. The book I read is How to Make Your Own Spooky Jack-o'-lantern and Other Halloween Arts and Crafts. This book teaches you how to make all kinds of amazing things, like this spooky amulet that wards off evil spirits. It's got a lot of other fun arts and crafts projects too. It's got everything you need to make this Halloween fun and safe for all ages.
All ages except the nameless ages of the elder gods.
I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. A reading rainbow.
When I was very young, I was very religious. My whole family was religious. My parents would even go to churches, different churches, and they would carry these little backing tracks, these little Christian karaoke kind of things where they would sing songs about Jesus in other churches. And I loved it. I was really into it. I got so into it, in fact, that I developed sort of a religious compulsion called scrupulosity, where you just can't feel clean enough. You can't pray enough. You know, you're always worried about, like, what happens if you didn't pray enough. Is God gonna be mad at me? That kind of thing. And I did not stop praying. I was always worried because my biggest fear in life was missing this thing called the rapture. And if you don't know what the rapture is, let me tell you. Step 1 of the rapture. Trumpet will sound. Trumpet can be blown by this angel who's going to announce, basically, this is like the end of the game of life. Like, it's the trumpet, it's the buzzer at the end of the game of life, and all the points get tallied. And if you make it, you get to step 2, which is that you get zapped out of here, beamed up into heaven, taken from this earth before the Antichrist comes, which is step 3. Now, the Antichrist part is the scary part for me because I saw films about this whenever I was young. There was this film called The Thief in the Night in the 70s. And we saw it, even when I was young, we saw it again in the 80s. And it just shows how terrible it was. If you missed the rapture, the Antichrist is going to come, and if you didn't take the mark of the beast and seal your fate forever to be with the devil, then he was going to behead you. And it was just awful. I was really scared of that. One night, I was sitting on my bed, 9 or 10 years old, and I remember just thinking about praying, and all of a sudden I heard the sound of a trumpet as loud and clear as I could possibly have heard it. And I jumped up on the edge of my bed. I was like, this is it. I get to see the rapture. And I'm like, beam me up, God. You know, getting in my pose. I'm ready to go through the ceiling or whatever's going to happen. Leave my pile of steaming clothes behind, you know. But nothing happened. And the longer I stood there, the scareder I got. Oh no, did I miss it? Am I going to be okay? Is the rapture happened and I'm going to get beheaded by the Antichrist? All these things in my 10-year-old beautiful brain. So I thought, oh, I just need to check and see if anybody else is in the house. That'll be right. Nobody was there. My sisters must have been gone for the night. My parents' room, the door was shut, and you never go in there. Even if there is a rapture, you just don't want to take a chance on going in and breaking those kinds of rules. So I didn't know. Nobody's home. I thought, oh, there's another way. I could go outside and I can check and see if I see the moon. I know it sounds weird, but there's a scripture that says that the sun will be turned to darkness and the moon will be turned to blood. And I thought, oh, if the moon is blood, if the moon is blood, then I know I've missed it. I went outside and I couldn't see the moon, but I assumed it probably was blood. And I'm just crying and scared and sweating, and I could just hear demon voices in my ears, you know. Your brain does so many crazy things when you're scared. And I go back into the house and I sit down on the couch and I start thinking about my plan, because I know that if I can just hide from the Antichrist for 3.5 years, then after that, then Jesus is going to come and set up his kingdom. And so I started thinking about packing the beef jerky and going off into the woods, and I hear my second trumpet of the night. The same sound of the same trumpet as before. And I thought, well, maybe God's just like doing the trumpet again. Maybe it was like a rapture drill. And he's like, I guess we have to do it now. But no, it was just my parents. They had found another backing track of a new song that they had. And it was a song called The Midnight Cry, and it was about the rapture.
And now, if 80s icons chose different occupations. If Ozzy Osbourne was a PBS presenter.
Hello! Welcome back to Fading with Ozzy. I'm Ozzy. Today we respond to a viewer's complaint. He says, Ozzy, you don't use enough color in your palette. So today I've prepared an range of colors. First we have a midnight black, and we have a raven black, and most of all we have my favorite, basic black. But to add a splash of color, we decided to go with bat blood red.
Welcome to God is Good.
All the time.
And all the time?
God is good.
Amen. Folks, I'm John Cook from our beautiful studio, and I'm joined by my wife, Tanya Faith, who's at home handing out gospel tracts instead of candy to those pagan little trick-or-treaters.
That's right. No razor blades and apples here, hallelujah. The only thing sharp these kids are getting tonight is the sword of the Spirit.
Oh, glory. Folks, we do have something that we want to talk with you about that's deeply troubling to us. Isn't that right, my heavenly helper?
Yes, sir. Halloween, aka Satan's birthday, is here. And we need to be vigilant over our children and what this fallen world is trying to influence them with.
Well, we all know that Satan roams like a lion, seeking those whom he may devour. Well, in order to keep our kids from becoming hors d'oeuvres for Lucifer, we've brought in Caleb Crossman, who is an expert in the ways of the devil's musical manipulations. Welcome, Caleb.
Caleb, sweetie, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. As I was saying, thank you, John and Tanya, for inviting me on.
No condemnation for those in Christ Jesus. Now, tell us more about this disturbing trend the evil media companies are employing to plant seeds of infidelity in the minds of our children and offer nothing but garbage. Oh, excuse me one sec.
Surely, I saw many methods employed when I used to dance with the devil. The main tactic is called backmasking. This is where subliminal messages are hidden within the song lyrics that can be discovered when playing the song backwards. These messages are used to influence the listener into acting out these hidden commands.
This is why, ladies and gentlemen, we need your financial and your prayer support so that we may stand against these manipulations of darkness.
What'd I miss?
Not a blessed thing. Now, Caleb, I understand you brought some examples with you today.
Yes. This first song is from a Norwegian death metal band called Steel Bjorn. Tech guy, could you please play track 4?
That's about what I expected.
That was the song Beelzebub's Balls. For those whose ears aren't attuned, hear those lyrics. Blessed by Beelzebub's balls, battered by Beelzebub's balls, bruised by Beelzebub's balls, bossed by Beelzebub's balls, bashed by Beelzebub's balls, burned by Beelzebub's balls, begging for Beelzebub's balls, bouncing on Beelzebub's balls. Sorry. As intense as those lyrics are, we know that the messages hidden within the backmasking are 30, 60, even 90-fold worse. Tech guy, could you play the backward version?
Help the elderly cross the road. Help the elderly get out and vote. Help the elderly with meal delivery, Kyle.
Oh, sweet Lord.
I rebuke it in the name of Jesus.
I know. It's hard to take. Unfortunately, there's more. Here's a song by a goth band called Schrodinger's Crotch that I don't know what you'll think.
make some love, just like a god. You're up above. This communion is holy, so give your offering to me. To me. To me. To me.
I assure you, we do not make love in this church. Right, honey?
If you think that's bad, I'm worried to play it backwards for you. Tech guy, if you please.
Recycle to combat climate change. Donating blood saves many lives. Love everyone equally. Let's all do our part.
That's about as much of that as I can stomach.
That is a socialist abomination. Got a couple more.
Thank you, Father God, that I put on your whole armor, that I may withstand these fiery darts of the enemies. You see, combating these deceivers is why we need your righteous daughters. What happened to you?
I don't want to talk about it.
As you can hear, backwards masking is more prevalent than people think.
Well, Caleb, I think we get the point about the evils of these dark types of music. If you could even call it music.
Oh, it's not just the darker genres. I have one last example from a more mainstream genre called New Wave. Tech guy?
First line, second line. Let's think up a third thing.
I'm holding my tongue this time because I know this offer to Mephistopheles is just the tip of the hellfire iceberg.
I feel like a request from the Spirit for a special offering is coming on to me.
I'm almost afraid to play it backwards for you. Tech guy?
Share the road with bicyclists. Replace the toilet paper unprompted. Actually go to your friend's improv show. Oh, and John 3:16.
Well, if this isn't the opening of the seventh seal, I don't know what is.
I wish it was the seventh trumpet of the apocalypse, because that would sound better musically than this tormented soul crying out from the boiling pits of sewage.
And to think there are some people that don't believe in hell.
And there is something playing. Hi, and welcome back to our live feed. I'm here with Jessica Brown, obviously part of the 80s Kids that you've just been watching. I'm hearing feedback that people are dying laughing. I'm so glad. I know that these are some of the funniest people I know, so I'm super excited. I wanted to ask, so I wanted to ask Jessica, you know, if you could maybe tell a little bit about like station theater and how you got started and when you took over.
Well, I started classes in 2010, and we've had several different name transitions since then. I believe it was in 2013 that we became Station Theater, and then we got our theater space pretty close to that time frame. Roger and I have been managing the theater for a little over 5 years, I believe. Sometimes dates just don't stick in my head, but it's the two of us right now, but it's the most amazing, incredible community, and we absolutely would not be able to do what we do without the Station Theater community. We have when we are doing shows, which we are not right now because of COVID, and we're struggling just like any other theater right now. So we're really excited to be part of this, but we have really incredible house troops. We have wonderful independent troops that book shows with us. And typically speaking, we do about 6 shows a week. We offer classes in both improv and sketch comedy. And we'll have both of those coming up probably in December, if not after the first of the year. So we're definitely looking at getting back into classes and are really, really excited about that for sure. I miss everybody so much.
I do too. And I really can't wait to come visit and see again. I don't know any of you viewers in Houston. I don't know how many times you've been to Station Theater, but are y'all still like bring your own alcohol?
We're BYOB. Typically speaking, all of our shows are less than $10 unless it's one of our comedy festivals. We will have some news coming up about the Trill Comedy Festival. We didn't have that this year, but typically speaking, it's in October, but we've got some big news coming up about that. And so we'll probably be sharing that here within a couple of weeks. But yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, very excited about that. And one of my other, you and then my other favorite troupe to come out of Station is Can't Tell Us Nothing.
They are incredible. They just check out Improv for Humans and listen to them online or check out their own podcast. They're definitely one of our top troupes, and they're a nationally recognized troupe, which is amazing.
So to make sure that you are getting the credit, Jessica Brown taught all of us. She's not only the improviser and the owner and one of the people who trained me most in marketing, but she's also the person who's training all of us to do this improv and comedy and sketch. And so literally anything that comes out of that theater that is doing well is a direct result of Jessica Brown's influence on us.
Well, we have a lot of incredible teachers, and we have a really diverse teaching staff, which is something we're really proud of. But I know that we're about to have to kick it back over to some more stuff. What's coming up next?
Next up, I think, is your live story of my Halloween memory.
Awesome. All right.
All right. Well, take it away, boss.
Thank you very much. So my story takes place when I was little. I'm not exactly sure how old I was, maybe 4, maybe 5. I was small enough that my dad carried me. And for some reason, and I believe it was also before my sisters were born, which means that I had to have been less than 6 years old. But my dad and mom decided for some reason to take us to a haunted house. And so I got dressed up in my lovely little ballerina outfit and had my little tutu and my ballet shoes on. And Dad decided to take me through the haunted house. I'm sitting here with hair in my mouth now. So he took me through this haunted house. Now, this isn't just a normal haunted house. This is a haunted house in Kingwood, Texas, in a Baptist church in Kingwood, Texas. So I don't remember much about it other than just this one thing where we walked in and I hear screaming, just screaming bloody murder. And we see this man who is tied down to a hospital gurney with rope, and he's surrounded by doctors. And like I said, it's rope. It's not like he's restrained or anything like that. And I got really scared. And so my dad, who, something that's really important to know about my dad is that my dad is actually, or was actually, shorter than I am now, and I'm 5'4". So my dad reached down to pick me up, and I very much just like huddled up next to him. And looked around and I noticed looking down that there was this gaping wound in the stomach of the person that was strapped down to this gurney screaming, and I was absolutely terrified. And then I look and he's cutting this guy's stomach open with an electric carving knife. So what do? I sit there and I hide my face in my dad's arm, and then he comes at my little ballerina leg, my tiny little ballerina leg, with the electric carving knife. So I climb up onto my dad's head to get away from him. I am absolutely terrified. And to be perfectly honest, to this day, I am still terrified of electric carving knives. Thanksgiving is not my holiday. That's my story.
And now, if 80s icons chose different occupations. If Austrian rock star Falco was a cave explorer.
Hey, Falco, how do you know how deep the cave goes? You count the echoes. Amadeus! 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 Amadeus!
Hi, and good evening. My name is Maria, but you may know me as La Llorona. I'm going to tell you a little story about who I am and why people fear me. It all began in a village that I lived in. I was the most beautiful woman in the village. So beautiful. Ay, hermosa. Everybody thought I was just beautiful. But you know what? I was too beautiful for any man, okay? I can't just have any man. I have to have a gorgeous man just like me. So I waited and waited until one day, this ranchero came into my village. Dreamy, gorgeous, strong, dark hair, just gorgeous like me. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna play hard to get, because that's what men, they like to chase, right? They love to chase women. So I played hard to get for a couple of weeks until I decided, you know what? That's enough. Let me settle him down. And we did. That's exactly what we did. We got married. We had 2 beautiful kids. It was just a great life, right? Oh, it was beautiful. And then he had to go back to work. He had to go work, and he left for months sometimes. I didn't see him. I missed him so much. All I had were mis niños. That was it. Just me and the babies. And as much as I love my children, I missed my husband so much more. So he would come every couple of months to come say hi to us. Mostly the kids, but I'm sure he missed me too. And then, I don't know, I think he just started having thoughts of maybe he would be happier with someone of his own wealth, because he was rich. Not only gorgeous, but he was rich. And you know, me being in a little village, I didn't really have much. So, you know, his visits would only come very, you know, seldom now. And so he only saw the babies. That's all he wanted to do. He would ignore me, like if I wasn't there. I'm the mother of your children. I'm your wife. One day, he showed up in a carriage, and there was a woman with him. Just a woman. She wasn't even that beautiful. She dressed okay. Rich almost. She wasn't beautiful, not like me. And he ignored me. He just said, hi. Hi, mis niños. Te quiero mucho. I miss you. Nothing to me, to his wife. So I was outraged. And yes, what I'm gonna say is true. I did this. I threw my children into the river. I was just so angry, and I just threw them. And I was just a little jealous and a little angry. You know, every woman goes through it. A couple of minutes later, I realized, oh, no, they're gone. My babies, I need to find them. So I went chasing down the river, trying to get my babies, and they were gone. And the next day, someone found me just on the side of the river, laid up in the riverbanks, dead. They put me in the grave that night, and later that night, everyone heard me crying. Oh, mis bebés. Oh. And that's why they call me La Llorona.
And now, if 80s icons chose different occupations. If Dee Snyder from Twisted Sister was a geologist.
If we don't get the results from these geological surveys, we're going to lose our grant.
And fast.
Hey, guys! I found a rock! Rock!
Hi, my name is Paul Gallegos, and I'm going to tell you about the time I took on Michael Myers and won. The year is 1988, and I grew up in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Now, in Albuquerque, they had this place. It was like laser tag, but it was called Photon, and they built a giant arena there, which was amazing, and we had so much fun there. Unfortunately, it went out of business. So Halloween comes around and they decide to turn it into a haunted house. Makes sense. So a group of my friends decided they wanted to go to this haunted house that year. Unfortunately, my friend and I had to go later because we were on the football team and we had practice. So we arrive and we meet up with our friends, and a couple of our friends had already gone through the haunted house, and apparently it was pretty intense, because one of our friends almost peed her pants. So we were kind of psyching ourselves up for what we were about to witness. So the rest of us go in, and it was kind of like a maze, and we got separated. So, you know, we're kind of making our way through the haunted house. You know, it's your standard scary things, you know, electric carving knives, things about the rapture, simple things like that. Anyway, we make it to the end and we see this long corridor, and the light at the end of the corridor is the lobby on the way out. So we know there's something between where we're standing right now and that lobby. So we wait a second. Another group of people come by and they see us and say, "Is that the way out?" And we're like, "Yeah, totally. Just run right out. You're done." They make their way down, and about halfway down the hallway, Michael Myers jumps out and scares them. So my friend and I look at each other and go, "Aha, we got you, Michael. We know where you are. We know what you're gonna do." All right, so on the count of 3, we're just gonna bolt down this hallway, make it out, see our friends. 1, 2, 3. My friend goes. I don't know why I didn't go, but I didn't. As he's running through, what looked to me from my perspective was this arm just came out with a knife and swiped about an inch away from my friend's head. So I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this is getting amped up a little bit. He makes it out and he turns around in the lobby and is looking back at me with all of our other friends who are waiting in the lobby for us, and they're just laughing at me because they know I now have to do this by myself.
So great. Count to 3, bolt my way out. Maybe I can slip down the side and kind of get away and avoid Michael Myers. Let's see what happens. 1, 2, I grab a hold of 2 2x4s that they made the hallway out of to just launch myself. 3, go. Right at that time, Michael Myers jumps out square into the middle of the hallway with the knife. Told you I was on the football team. I hit him and I drove him all the way into the lobby. And I landed on top of him in the middle of all my friends. And I'm looking down going, oh my God, to see Michael Myers gasping for breath. I knocked the air out of him. There was a moment of shock from everyone, and then everyone just burst out laughing because we now had to go find a manager to check and see if Michael Myers was okay. So needless to say, for the next couple weeks at school, I was able to hold my head a little bit high, knowing that I took on Michael Myers and won. Oh my God, Michael, not now. I will knock you down again.
Okay, everyone. I now call this video meeting of the Angel Falls Community HOA to order. Before we begin, I would like to thank you for considering me, Beelzebub, as your HOA overlord for 13th consecutive time in next month's election. I do appreciate it.
Well, even though you're running unopposed, your campaign slogan, "Who's your Beelzebub," is so clever. In fact, it's so good that our blood oaths to your eternal servitude don't even factor in. Right, everyone?
Yes, it is a shame that no one's running against me. Speaking of which, Wolfman, I was in your back.
Wolf person? Them, they pronouns, please. I am species and gender fluid. Thank you.
Right. Sorry. Wolf person. I took the liberty of installing a campaign sign in your backyard and I saw how big your bushes are getting. You need to trim them back.
But they're wolfsbane, and you know what that will do.
Moving on. I see we have a new face in the gallery tonight. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Hey, I'm Grant Parsons. I bought the Amityville house next to the cemetery.
Welcome. I hope this isn't too boring for you, Grant.
Oh, no worries. I was president of my previous HOA, and those meetings were hell to sit through. Actually, I do have a question. My gate card doesn't seem to work, and I haven't been able to get out since I got here. Any ideas about that?
Yeah, well, we don't want you to feel like you're trapped here forever, do we? So I'll look into it. Okay, first up, the water sirens have been luring the sailors to their deaths down at the community pool. Now, the health department has closed the pool for a week. I know, I get it, people, but the shipwreckage has just clogged the filters, and the blood of the doomed has changed the water's pH. It's just way off.
Oh, I hear you. When I was HOA pres, to get the pool fixed or something like that, I had to...
Okay, next up, the burnt remains of the outdoor pavilion have now been cleared, and new construction starts next week.
With the new barbecue pit?
Well, yes. Everyone can use it, though, except you, Frankenstein. Isn't that right, Wolfie?
Correct, sir. That was the 3rd time he burnt it down barbecuing.
Sorry. Fire bad.
Yeah. Hey, how about if we instituted a new community rule? Like, maybe...
Okay, it's time for comments and concerns. And, Count, I think you said you had something.
I caught some shapeshifters on my Ring doorbell camera. They were stealing Amazon packages. It looks like me in the footage, but as we all know, I cannot be videoed or photographed. So, it is obviously someone else, and not me, right?
Regardless, let's everyone keep their eyes peeled. Not in a torturing kind of way. Okay? Okay, who's next? Yes, Bloody Mary.
Firstly, some of y'all are not picking up after your dragons nor keeping them on their leashes. All of that mess is attracting stray chupacabras. Secondly, I have sent numerous complaints about the crying at the pond at all hours of the night.
Here we go.
I'm not going to say who, but they need to stop.
Mis babies, mi bebé.
I live here too, La Llorona.
Oh, you think you're all bad or what, puta? Don't be throwing me hard looks. You don't know me. Mira, pendeja. Nobody likes you because you're spying on us in our own mirrors and then right down con tu pinche red crayon to rat us out.
No, everyone calm down. Wolfie, remind me to look up what puta means. It sounds Latin. And the last time someone spoke Latin to me, I was expelled from a perfectly good human host.
Hey, everyone, check out the chat. That Grant is all right. I like him. Maybe he can run for HOA president, too.
Okay, anything else? Mary?
Well, I just wanted to say that I know all y'all call me Bloody Karen behind my back and make jokes. And well, it hurts my feelings.
You mean jokes like if you say Bloody Karen in the mirror 3 times, a manager appears?
Grant good.
Hey, I want to nominate that vato Grant Parsons for HOA jefe.
I just want to say that joke, it was pretty good. And I second the nomination.
You're losing them.
Okay, I suppose that's fine. Okay, one last thing, one last announcement before we go. Solstice is coming up, and as a reminder, we have bins for trash, recycling, and composting. Check the website. Not every part of a human sacrifice is compostable, people. Grant, I trust you'll be composting and recycling?
Oh, of course. I'm not a monster.
Hey!
That's our word.
Woo! Re-election. Here I come.
Welcome back. Oh my goodness. I hope y'all enjoyed that as much as I did. I know that I'm getting messages to me of people who are enjoying it. It's amazing. So Jessica, if you want to go ahead and tell a little bit more about you and the theater and how people can get in touch.
Yeah, definitely. We are online on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all of those. 80s Kids is as well. For Station Theater, for the most part, it's at Station Theater with an ER or stationtheater.com. Different on Facebook because apparently there was another Station Theater first, and that's Station Improv Theater. For the 80s Kids, everything is 80skidscomedy.com. We have a website, Facebook, Instagram, and we're actually ramping up our YouTube page right now. All of the sketches that you saw tonight or have been uploaded. We waited to put them on here first. So you actually got to see the premiere of a lot of these sketches, and they are actually now live on our YouTube channel. So we'll be able to share that information with y'all soon.
Thank you so much for like letting us premiere them for you.
Absolutely.
And we will definitely be putting the links up for everybody and bios or whatever. We didn't get them all in time, which is okay. So you just pick out whatever the best things you liked, and we will be able to have you get in touch with everyone.
Yeah, definitely. And we're really excited about everything that we've been able to do. This whole thing came together. All of these videos came together in less than a month, and the majority of them were actually done in a way that we filmed them in our own homes. And then Jesse Garson and Paul Gallegos blessed them for their editing skills, because we would be nothing without those two and what they've done to pull all of these sketches together. So thank you to my co-producers and all of the wonderful, amazing 80s kids that are in these videos, and even the ones who were not in the videos. We love you all. And we love you, everyone at Station Theater.
Yes, great work. And I miss you guys at Station. And I hope that
too.
Station and the Quarantine Queens can collaborate again. I think it's a beautiful union.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for being here. And I will see y'all around Thanksgiving, maybe.
Wonderful.
With my mask on.
Awesome. We'll break a leg with the rest of the show.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Is our artistic director and co-founder, who's going to be reading The Rake. Is that correct? And are you ready to just take it away?
Yes, one sec. My computer is downloading it, or not downloading it, it's like spinning. All right.
Yeah, we're having some of that. All right,
Yeah.
Take it away, Hillary.
Okay. This is from a creepypasta, and it's from one of my favorite creepypastas. All right, it's called... Oh, no. That's funny. Okay, one sec, guys. That's actually really funny that happened. And then she died. All right. Oh no. Okay. It's from one of my favorite creepypastas. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused in rural New York State and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to an almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remained powerful. Several of the individual parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from their upcoming book. A Suicide Note, 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage my guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again I awoke and heard his voice and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William Rose and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lenny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry translated from Spanish, 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I've experienced the greatest terror. I've experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. Unintelligible text. A mariner's log, 1691. He came to me in my sleep from the foot of my bed. I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the rake. From a witness in 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet up from the bed so quickly his knee almost knocked me out of it. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for half a second, I was able to see what caused this strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what happened to be a naked man or a large, hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds, just looking at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway, leading to the kids' rooms. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter, Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." My husband drove his car into a lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. They did not survive. Being a small town, news got around pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and the local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel room near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began to look for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature, we now refer to as the rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believe to be accounts of the rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages and never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visits was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the 2nd week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blaring the recording at 8 times the normal speed. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to describe it. I haven't let anyone else listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before. And now I believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head make me very upset. I have not seen the rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he hasn't been in my room while I slept. I know and fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me. All right. And that is the rake.
Yes. I love some creepypasta.
Yeah.
I'll actually be reading one here soon as well, which I'm super excited about. But yeah, our artistic director, Hillary Metzger, she's so amazing. She's lost her jacket. I guess it's time to go like actually hunt down the bad guy in X-Files. Is that what
Aliens or whatever monster of the week it is. No, it's just it's weirdly hot in my room for some reason. So
Yeah, well, actually, real quick, before I bring on Anya, did you prefer Monster of the Week or the Aliens? What did you like better?
I really kind of preferred Monster of the Week, to be honest.
Same.
I know it was a rare occasional thing, but I love mythology. And while I love the alien stuff, I think the Monster of the Week brought in a new element to X-Files with the mythology and stuff. So, I mean, I love me some myths and stuff. So I like some Monster of the Week.
I agree completely. Well, right, I know you will be coming back here in a little bit to introduce some of the people you know. And right now, I would like to introduce a friend of mine, Anya Klingman. Thank you, Hillary. Anya is going to be doing some really great things for you all night. And I'm super excited. You will be seeing her multiple times with her very, very many wonderful things and be giving her bio on anything. Anya, do you have anything you want to say? You just want to get it. Just ready to go?
Yeah, I can just jump right in. Hi, I'm Anya, and I'm based out of Chicago, and I wear many hats. So I'm excited to get to don some of them for you all on this All Hallows Eve.
Yes, I have to say that Anya is one of my favorite people. I got the good fortune to actually work with her as a director with Nothing Without a Company again. And just always great laughs and insight and creativity from Anya. So
yeah, that was pretty great. The show that I directed with you in it was called Apocalypse.
Yes.
And it was basically the story of what would a day at summer camp be like if today was actually the end of the world and you had to tell the kids like the world is ending, which at the time we're like, oh, this is so ironic. This could never happen. So unexpected. But
and then there were the kids there who were like totally into it. What was the one kid, what was that kid's response? She was like a dark hole of nothingness.
yeah, there was a lot of like pretending that the audience were the campers, and the responses from some of the campers got pretty dark at times.
Yes, like an 11-year-old, like, it's nothing but a black pit of nothing.
Yeah. Well, then there was like some kids too that were concerned. They're like, it's gonna be okay. Like, as the one camp counselor was getting more emotional.
Yeah, so it's kind of like so what they do is they do like on-site theater, and so the writers went and scoped out this area. So we were performing in a park right next to a swing set and like the whole playground equipment.
Yeah.
So definitely kids were like hearing about how meteors can destroy the earth.
That's kind of what makes Nothing Without a Company great, is like they're also nothing without a true home base. So every show is set in a unique location, and their site-specific mission is always realized in different ways, and it's kind of fun to see like what comes out of every show as it interacts with the setting that it's thrust upon and thrusting upon as well. Yeah,
that's why I love
part of the
this
fun.
community here in Chicago. There's just so many interesting things going on all the time.
Yeah, totally. Build it, they'll come.
Yes,
or they'll tune in on Zoom.
Yes,
Right?
tune in.
Yeah.
Well, we're actually on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook, and I'm not sure if we're streaming on Instagram, but honestly, I think YouTube or Twitch are probably the best places to stream it, so that way you can still like talk to people on Facebook like we do.
Yeah, wonderful.
Well, all right. I'm going to let you take it away with a story I think you're telling right now.
Yes, yes. So usually around this time of year, there becomes this battle between the Halloween people and the Yuletide people, the Christmas people, as to which holiday now gets to reign supreme, right? Sometimes you'll see the ads that have the Christmas carols in before Halloween, and everyone, at least in my circle, gets very outraged. Like, how dare they play this Christmas music? It has not even been Halloween. But in my household growing up, my mother had a story that kind of straddled between the two. And technically, this is more of an in bulk story where after the Yuletide, there's that light bringing time in early January. But this particular character is of that dark fantasy of the holidays that is more common to parts of Europe, where you have these very dark, somewhat macabre characters that are not Santa, but are still kind of Santa, these anti-Santas. And this one is so dark that I think she can be at any time, Halloween or Yuletide. So let's settle the debate and let's hear of Mother Berchta. A long time ago, before there was a Kris Kringle or a jolly Saint Nick, there was Berchta. Mother Berchta was this old hag of a woman, and she had a long, crooked nose to match her long, crooked spine, and moles and hairs, and that smell that old people get. And to make matters worse, Berchta rode a goat, a flying goat. His name was Nasher Skaggy, and Nasher Skaggy's back was slung, and he didn't have just the 2 horns. He had 6, 8, sometimes even 10 horns, this goat. Now, you would think that children and families might stay away from such an old, haggard woman flying upon this really messed up looking goat, but Mother Berchta and Nasher Skaggy, they brought gifts. And you see, this is how you rein people in. You hook them with the gifts, okay? And she would bring things that people needed. So if you needed a new shirt, that would be in her sack. Or if your mother needed a new pot, or maybe silver buttons for that jacket. Well, these are the gifts that Mother Berchta would bring. And she would ride into your town on Nasher Skaggy and meet in that central place that all towns did have. And she'd dump out the contents of her bag, and everybody seemed to know exactly what it was they needed. And there was that thing that they needed, and everybody took their piece. And then at the very bottom of her sack, there was a blade, a big hatchet. And she would take out of that sack that hatchet, and she would grab that goat, Nasher Skaggy, and she would throw him down, and she would chop him to pieces. That's right. That's right. Not Santa. Berchta, okay? She would chop that goat to pieces, and she would make just the most fabulous goat stew for everyone in the town, and everybody would have some. And as they were eating their stew, she would say to them, "Save the bones. Save the bones." And they did, because it's Berchta. You do what this woman says. And at the end, they would put their bones back into her sack, and she would give a little shake here. And she'd give it a little shake here and another little shake over the other shoulder, and she'd open up the bag, and out would come Nasher Skaggy, good as new. And she would pick up her sack, pick up that hatchet, pick up that stew pot, and fly off on Nasher Skaggy to the next town, where she would repeat the same for every town for years and years and years to come. Well, one year in one town, Mother Berchta came, And she unloaded the sack, and everybody found what they needed, and there was that hatchet, and she chopped up Nasher Skaggy, and she made such good goat stew, and everybody got some, and she told everybody, save the bones, save the bones. And she opened the sack, everybody put their bone in, except one little boy. He did not save his bone. So Mother Bertha gave that sack a little shake here, and a little shake here, and another little shake, and she opened it up, and out came Nasher Skaggy with a limp. And Mother Bertha, ooh, if you have never seen old women get pissed off, ooh, it's a special kind of pissed. And she was that. And she looked out over the crowd and she said, somebody didn't save their bone. And she knew who it was. And she walked out in that crowd. She grabbed that boy up over with her by his leg, threw it over her shoulder, threw Nasher Skaggy over her other shoulder, and she flew off. Goat on top of her anyway. She just flew off. Next year, Mother Bertha came with Nasher Skaggy, and that leg was good as new, and nobody ever saw that boy again. And if you're wondering, is there a moral? You better not pout. You better not cry. You better not shout. I'm telling you why. Mother Bertha is fucking coming to town. And that is the Mother Bertha story.
Yikes. What a moral.
I shout out to my mother who raised me with that.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Was that like a just nice bedtime story for you growing up?
Yeah, you know. Yeah, we like to do the shaking and the bones part.
Beautiful. I love it. I love it. And I can't wait to see what you're bringing next, y'all. Again, Anya Klingman will be in and out with like a handful of things for you all night long. Such a delight.
Yeah, thank you so much. See you soon, everyone.
Yes, see you soon. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna do another creepypasta. I know that Hillary just did one. So this one's really good too. It's called The Plane Ride That Never Ends. And I've been flying for almost 30 hours, and the flight attendant won't stop crying. 30 hours ago, I hopped on a late night flight from New York headed to Los Angeles. After boarding, I saw that I had an entire row to myself. Takeoff passed without incident, and soon I was stretched out for a nap across the row. I slept for a few hours, I don't know how long, but I woke up to some severe turbulence. It's possible that the lights in the cabin went out for a moment, but I was so disoriented, it's hard to say. I checked my phone to see that it was 4:03 a.m., which I figured gave me about an hour until we landed. When I looked out my window, I was shocked to see nothing but wide open ocean. My jaw dropped. There's obviously no ocean between New York and Los Angeles. So I hit the button to call the flight attendant and spent the next few minutes racking my brain for a lake that could have possibly been big enough to explain what I was seeing. I jumped when the attendant flipped off the light. She was grinning from ear to ear, and tears were pouring down her face. How can I help you, sir? I froze for a moment at her reaction before deciding to just ask my question. Where are we? Why does it look like we're flying over an ocean? She wiped her cheek to clear the tears, still grinning wildly. Sir, we'll be landing in about an hour. Okay, thank you, I said. After she left, I checked my clock on the phone again. 4:03 blinked back at me. It hadn't changed. I had to have been waiting with my call light on for at least 5 minutes. How was it possible that it hadn't changed at all? I opened up my laptop and saw it too displayed 4:03 a.m. I pulled up my phone, started a stopwatch in the app, and spent the next 2 hours looking back and forth between the clocks, waiting for them to change. And they never did. I tapped the shoulder of an older woman sitting in the row ahead of me. She looked back, an annoyed expression on her face. Yes? She asked. Do you know how long until we land? I asked. She narrowed her eyes. The flight attendant said about an hour. I shook my head in confusion. That flight attendant? We talked to almost 2 hours ago. We should have landed already. She stared at me as if I was crazy. I was going to continue trying to convince her, but I felt a hand on my shoulder. I spun to see a male flight attendant grinning down at me, tears pinging off his cheeks onto my shoulder. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to calm down or I'll be calling the captain. I told him that wouldn't be necessary and sat back. He removed his hand and stepped away. The flight attendants continued to stop by every few hours offering meals. My stopwatch continued to tick and is now telling me that I've been on this plane for more than 30 hours. I've explored all of coach and tried talking to some of the other passengers, but they've all told me they're expecting to land in about an hour or so. Around 3 hours ago, I tried getting into first class. I made it past the curtain, but was escorted back by 2 grinning flight attendants. Their grip on my arms was like an iron. Sir, the seatbelt sign is on. Please remain in your seat with your buckle fastened. We'll be landing in about an hour. I'd just about given up hope when a woman came down the aisle dressed in a business suit. She didn't look at me or slow down, but she dropped a piece of paper onto my tray as she made her way to the bathroom at the back. I shot a look around before unrolling it. Said, "Are you stuck too?" I pulled out a pen and wrote, "Yes, it's been 30 hours." I folded the scrap of paper and set it on the tray closest to the aisle. She left the bathroom and picked it up as she passed. It's been 20 minutes since then. I don't know why, but I don't think the flight attendants would like it if they knew we were talking. It doesn't matter. I have to do something. I'll update you all whatever happens next. And then that poster was never heard from again. And that was called The Flight That Never Ends. And if you want to follow the Reddit user, I lost their name. I'm so sorry. Oh no. The Reddit user's name is Worcester Street. And it's not Worcestershire. It's different. It's Worcester _ST. That's it. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, and like how Twilight Zone. Ugh, so creepy. Anyways, I will check.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. Okay, so my name is Sierra Berry. I am from the Kansas metro area. I tell you where, but it's like literally, if you've ever seen Courage the Cowardly Dog, I live there. I live there. But yeah, I'm an actor here and, trying to survive every few moments of an existential crisis with everything going on. And that's about it. Yeah, it's been insane. I honestly can't wait for it to be over, to be honest. Awesome. I'm just trying to see if I can get a little bit more lighting. There we go. Ooh, spoopy. Okay. All righty. I had to do it quickly. Benny was eating Gorister's face. Gorister on his side, thrashing snow. Benny wrapped around him with powerful monkey legs, crushing Gorister's waist. His hands locked around Gorister's head like a nutcracker, and his mouth ripping at the tender skin of Gorister's cheek. Gorister screamed with such a jagged edge of violence that stalactites fell. They plunged down softly, erect within the receiving snowdrifts. Spears, hundreds of them, everywhere, protruding from the snow. Benny's head pulled back sharply as something gave all at once, and a bleeding raw white dripping off flesh hung from his teeth. Ellen's face, black against the white snow, dominoes and chalk dust. Nimdok, who, with no expression but eyes, all eyes. Gorister, half conscious. Benny, now an animal. I knew Am would let him play. Gorister would not die, but Benny would fill his stomach. I turned half to my right and drew a huge piece of spear from the snow. All in an instant. I drove the great ice point ahead of me like a battering ram, bracing against my right thigh. It struck Benny on the right side, just under the rib cage, and drove upward through his stomach and broke inside him. He pitched forward and lay still. Gorister lay on his back. I pulled another spear free and straddled him, still moving, driving the spear straight down through his throat. Eyes closed as the cold penetrated. Ellen must have realized what I decided. Even as fear gripped her, she ran at Nimdok with a short icicle as he screamed and into his mouth, and the force of her rush did the job. His head jerked sharply as if the nail had been to the snow crust. All behind him. All in an instant. There was an eternity beat of soundless anticipation. I could hear Am draw in his breath. His toys had been taken from him. 3 of them were dead, could not be revived. He could keep us alive by his strength and talents, but he was not God, and he could not bring them back. Ellen looked at me, her ebony features stark against the snow that surrounded us. There was a fear and a pleading in her manner, the way she held herself ready. I knew we had only a heartbeat before Am would stop us. It struck her, and she folded towards me, bleeding from the mouth. I could not read meaning into her expression. The pain had been too great, had contorted her face. But it might have been, thank you. It's possible. Please. Some hundreds of years may have passed. I don't know. Am has been having fun for some time, accelerating and retarding my time sense. I will say the words now. Now. It took me 10 months to say them now. I don't know. I think it has been some hundreds of years. He was furious. He wouldn't let me bury them. It didn't matter. There was no way to dig up the deck plates. He dried up the snow. He brought the night. He roared and sent locusts. It didn't do a thing. They stayed dead. I'd had him. He was furious. And I thought Am hated me before. I was wrong. It was not even a shadow of hate. He now slavered from every printed circuit he had made. I would suffer eternally and could not do myself in. He left my mind intact. I can dream. I can wander. I can lament. I remember all 4 of them. I wish Well, it doesn't make sense. I know I saved them. I saved them from what happened to me, but still, I cannot forget killing them. Ellen's face. It isn't easy. Sometimes I want to. It doesn't matter. Am has altered me for his own peace of mind, I suppose. He doesn't want me to run at full speed into a computer bank and smash my skull, or hold my breath till I faint, or cut my throat on a rusted sheet of metal. They're all reflective surfaces down here. I will describe myself as I see myself. I am a great soft jelly thing, smoothly rounded, with no mouth, with pulsing white holes filled by fog where my eyes used to be. Rubbery appendages that were once my arms. Bulks rounding down into legless humps of soft, slippery matter. I leave a moist trail when I move. Blotches of diseased, evil gray come and go on my surface, as though light is being beamed from within. Outwardly, dumbly, I shamble about, a thing that could never have been known as a human, a thing whose shape is so alien, a travesty, that humanity becomes more obscene for the vague resemblance. Inwardly, alone, here, living under the land, under the sea, in the belly of Am, whom we created because our time was badly spent, and we must have known unconsciously that he could do it better. At least the four of them are safe at last. Am will be all the matter for that. It makes me a little happier, and yet Am has won. Simply, he has taken his revenge. I have no mouth, and I must scream. Thank you so much.
That is terrifying.
Right?
Yeah. Like I always, what is it? Oh, and Beetlejuice. Like whenever I think of having no mouth and wanting to scream, is that like that wedding scene at the end?
Yes.
You know, when Gina Davis is trying to scream, I was like, because they want to say his name. Oh.
Right, exactly. The whole short story is just filled with a lot of horrific stuff, like to the point that there's a really popular horror game about it. And so actually why I chose that piece, because I love psychological horror games and stuff like that. And the monologue at the end is just so awful. It's so good.
Yeah. And actually, I think the even more visceral moment was at The Matrix when he first gets taken in by the. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. But yes, no, making me. Oh, it's so creepy. You're right.
Yeah. I totally recommend reading the whole book if anyone's never had a chance to read it.
Yeah. Be sure to comment below then and tell us which book it's from and the author, so everybody can be sure to check it out. Because you're right, that is a great piece.
Will do.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for showing up. Sierra's been one of our like regular queens, and she's doing an amazing job. So I hope you're also following her. You prefer largely Instagram, no?
Oh yeah. That's where I post a lot of stuff, quote unquote, a lot of stuff. It's been so inactive right now, but that is Crimson Ash 330 is my Instagram. So that's where a lot of my social media is. I'm trying to use Twitter, which is also the same one. So you can find me on Twitter under Crimson Ash 330 as well. So come look at my cosplay, chat about politics, talk about Chris Evans, whatever you want.
Yeah. Chris Evans, I'm stuck. Okay. Well, we'll see you later, Sierra. Thank you so much again.
Thank you for having me. Happy Halloween, everyone.
Yes, happy
Halloween,
Halloween. Hillary.
Hello. Hey, okay, so next up we do have Kim, and I got a little bit of info for you about Kim. Kim Freyer. Kim is a playwright who also spends her time helping children develop their language in early intervention. She's participated in the Writing Lab for Women's Theater Alliance and New Colonies Writer Room program. She's eager to continue to explore the human condition through narrative and hopes that her plays help bring new perspective to others.
Yeah, I actually had the wonderful fortune of meeting Kim through the Women's Alliance Theater here in Chicago. And I got picked to be her lead in a piece called The Future, which I really recommend. And I hope that it gets to go to like full feature length. Me and Samantha Vosmeer, who you will see later, is an amazing actress. She and I were both in it with Jennifer Baffler. And we just told her, we were like, we have to finish this piece, because we ended up having to do it on Zoom and we only did a few scenes, and we're like, no, we are not done with this. So hopefully Kim agrees. Yeah, and then also the piece is called The Cracks Overflow with Light, and Kelly Quinn, one of our other like since the beginning queens, been here with us the whole time, is directing it. Would you like to tell us about Kelly? And actually, you know Kelly from.
Yeah, I know Kelly. I met Kelly through Rachel, and a different Rachel.
I was like, I don't know. I just learned.
No, you're fine. Hold on. I will. No, what am I saying? Not through Rachel. I met Kelly through Sarah. Sarah Robinson, who does improv in Chicago, I believe, right now. And I went to her birthday party and Kelly was there. And I was just like, oh, hey, what's up? And she had told me a little bit about like how she does theater and stuff and how she wanted to join the company. And then since then, she's been like a very pivotal part of this company. Like, she's been very involved since then. Like, ever since I messaged her on Instagram, she's been on it. So it's been a real joy to have her. She's been awesome.
Yeah, and she was also, we just did a writing workshop, and she's developing a piece that she's really enjoying. So really excited about that. But I guess we'll go ahead and turn it over to the short film.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're all right? It's really dark in here.
Yeah. I have a few things I need to do here, but I'll catch up with you at the reception. Oh, can you do me a favor? Can you get the remembrance book and some napkins? And then can you actually come back here, pick me up, and we'll go together?
Okay, sure. No problem. Just make sure you take care of yourself. You've been through a lot.
I will.
Stop! Don't take one more step.
What? I'm just changing a light bulb.
Oh, don't act stupid with me. You know how dangerous climbing on furniture can be. Remember when you broke your arm when you were 10?
I was 5, and it was when I tried jumping off a swing, not falling off a chair.
Don't talk back at me. I'm your mother. I remember very well you falling off a chair.
Mom, all I'm gonna do is climb up for a second and remove the burnt out light bulb. No big deal. I'm gonna be up and down before you have a chance to think twice about it.
Donna, you need to remember that you aren't exactly the most coordinated person on the planet. You could easily fall and probably will. I'm trying to protect you.
Look, I'll take my shoes off so I'm more sturdy. I'll pick up a higher wattage light bulb later and it'll be nice and bright in here again. Maybe I'll call Sam. I think he can pick one up while he's running his errands.
You still with that loser? He hasn't cheated on you yet.
Jesus, Mom. Sam is a nice guy. He's really kind and thoughtful, and we're taking it really slow. And you remember what good and all?
Sure, when he thinks he can get something out of it, hoping there's some buried family fortune somewhere. And you mark my words. First fresh-faced girl comes along with no wrinkles, looking for a good time, he'll run like the rest.
Sure. Look at this palace I grew up in. It's not Sam's way anyways. That was my first boyfriend, Hank.
And Travis, and Steve, and Richard. A whole string of goofballs through high school and college. Oh, you sure know how to pick 'em. Couldn't seem to find anyone who treated you like you should be treated.
I guess I just learned from the example I was given.
You watch your mouth. Your father just had a firm way of letting us all know when he needed more peace and quiet after working all day for us. He deserved that, and we deserved what we got when we broke the rules. His discipline was righteous and was done with love, to teach us some respect.
Oh, Mom. All these years and you still believe that?
Oh, I don't want to hear another word about your father. He had his reasons. We aren't talking about him anyway, we're talking about you and all the losers you hang out with. Why do you think they want to spend so much time with you?
Oh, I don't know, Mother. Because I'm a nice person?
Ha! No man cares about nice. There are plenty of nice old maids in my Sunday school class with their nice casseroles and their nice cat print dresses. No man cares about that. The wrong men seek you out because you give all the milk away.
Jesus, Mom.
And don't you take the Lord's name in vain, and you know you do. In my day, we'd have a real nice name for someone like you. No wonder no man wants you for his wife, far less the mother of his children.
So, I'm confused. It's be nice and modest and look forward to a future of casseroles and playing a house with a bunch of cats, or it's put out and not be taken seriously? Are these my options?
I'm just saying that being nice isn't enough to hold a man's interest. And being loose and free with your morals is giving away too much.
So men can have sex with whomever, whenever, and wherever they want, and women can't?
Of course. That's the way the world works. Men can lay you low with one blow so that you do what you do to have to survive. And that includes keeping your legs shut. But you've always needed the approval of a man. Even your daddy was worried that you'd go too far with your greedy need for attention from men.
Daddy thought he owned every one of us, Mom. In more ways than you'll ever know.
Oh, don't you sully that man's reputation. He was a saint, and I will not hear otherwise.
No. You never were very good at hearing. Even from the next room. You really let this place go. Now it looks more like how I always pictured it in my mind. How it should have looked.
I didn't see a need to spend any money on fancying up the place since everybody was gone except me. Besides, college bills needed to be paid.
Mom, I do appreciate all you did for me. Like sending me on that semester to Italy.
Well, I still don't understand why you wanted to go to Europe when our people tried so hard to get away from there.
It's good to experience new things, Mom. to travel, to let go of a life you know and try something new in a place where no one knows you. It's a chance to start over. How often do you get a chance to do that?
I've always wanted the best for you. And I may not have been very good about making that happen. But my heart's been in the right place. I've had my reasons for doing what I did. And what I didn't do, even if those reasons weren't very good ones.
I know, Mom. You didn't have such a great life, and what's done is done, but you need to let me lead mine without constantly telling me what I can't do right. You did the best you could. We all did. We all still do.
I love you. I lived for you. You are my beginning and my end.
I know that, Mom.
For the light. Are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. Oh.
What do you want me to do with this?
Let's swing by the cemetery on the way to the reception. I want to put it on her grave.
All right. Wow, that was so cool. Okay, so next up we have Pamela L. Meadows. Pamela is a freelance scenic and lighting designer, as well as the lighting director at the historic Owen Theater for the Branson Regional Arts Center in Branson, and the lighting designer for Hollister High School in Hollister, Missouri. She also teaches technical theater and rendering to high school students wanting to learn about theatrical design. In her spare time, she loves to render and draw. She has done some commissioned artwork and is in the process of starting her own design studio. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know that. The prices of the work range in price from $25 for a small 6x6 piece of art to $120 for a larger drawing. She specializes in black and white, but can do color rendering as well. So that is Pamela. And as you can see, I mean, her artwork is really, really cool. And I know Pamela from UMKC, and she's just one of the sweetest people ever. So, I mean, yeah, I would definitely recommend do it. Support this local artist, you know, Kansas City. Support this local Kansas City artist. And yeah, I mean, her work's really incredible. I love the shading of her pieces. You know, it's quite fun too, the little ghosty thing.
Yeah.
So
And I'm actually really glad you added her, because I had the pleasure of chatting with her too. And you're right. She's just like a wonderful person to work with.
yes, she's incredibly sweet. And, you know, I was fortunate enough to work with her in technical theater. And yeah, she's awesome. All right. So next up, thank you very much, Pamela. And I think next up we have Aunt.
Yeah, she'll be here shortly. And it's with a song and a reading. Oh, and then Ellen Reed's piece also. So Anya's going to be back, and Ellen. And I think we forgot to do our little Halloween costume introductions. So we've made clear. This is
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Agent Dana Scully.
Dana Scully from X-Files, big Gillian Anderson fan. I don't know if you're out there, Gillian, and you're listening, but if you ever decide that you want to marry a woman, I just would like to let you know that I am single and I'm here for it. So.
Oh, hello. Oh, and she was amazing in The Fall. Oh my God, that was my favorite performance by her.
Oh yeah, she's incredible in The Fall. She's great in Hannibal. I mean, she's just an incredibly talented actress. And she was also in recently a production of, I believe, All About Eve in London at one of the local theaters as well. So she's really talented.
Like super fell in love with her during X-Files when I found out that she had been in an all-chick punk rock band. And that might not be true, but I'm going with my 30-year-old memories. Is that correct? Because I was super punk rock and I was like, yes.
I'm pretty sure when she was younger, yes.
Yeah.
I think it was when she was younger though. But yeah.
So I know that Anya Klingman is coming back up. She's got a song for us. Is that, I believe, is what we've got coming up next. Is that right, Anya?
That's right. That's right. I'm gonna do an a cappella, no instruments version of a Beatles song.
Awesome.
Happiness is a warm gun.
That's a beautiful one. And just for people who might be tuning in and tuning out, do you want to go ahead and let people know a little bit about yourself and plug real quick before you get right into it?
Yeah, totally. Hi, I'm Anya, and I'm an actor, writer, teacher, mother out of Chicago. And I'm through all of these aspects of my life, I'm really curious about what is so authentically, vulnerably personal and true that then you end up finding a universality in your own truth. And then I'm really curious about ways to share that and encourage that in other people. So you may notice if you're tuning in throughout the night, a lot of the things I'm doing tonight do touch on something in my life that is truly, truly important or personal or heartfelt. So yes, it's a Beatles song, but I think we all have a connection with music and probably the Beatles.
The Beatles have their everything.
Exactly. So I think we all know how a song can really touch us personally.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, Hillary and I will get out of the way and let you take it away. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you. This is for Caitlin. She's not a girl who misses much. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, yeah. She's well acquainted with the touch of the velvet hand, like a lizard on a window pane. The man in the crowd with the multicolored mirrors on his hobnail boots, lying with his eyes while his hands are busy working overtime. A soap impression of his wife, which he ate and donated to the National Trust. I need a fix. 'cause I'm going down. I need a fix, 'cause I'm going down. I need a fix, 'cause I'm going down, down to the pits that I left uptown. I need a fix, 'cause I'm going down. Mother Superior, jump the gun. 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 Happiness is a warm gun. Happiness is a warm gun, baby. Happiness is a warm gun. Bang, bang, shoot, shoot. Happiness is a warm gun. When I hold you in my arms and I feel my finger on your trigger, I know nobody can do me no harm, because happiness is a warm gun. Bang, bang, shoot, shoot. Happiness is a warm gun, baby. Happiness is a warm, yes it is. Come, oh don't you know that happiness is a warm gun, baby. Yes it is. Thank you, everybody.
There are some people who say we cannot tell whether all is saved or whether all is well. They say we only can hope and trust that it is so. Well, I was there, so I guess that I ought to know. Phew. Whew. Mm. 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 Lucy! Lucy! Lucy, I'm almost there. Yeah, you know, Peppermint, she gave up like 3 feet ago. Well, gave up is harsh. She's dead, actually. But I told her that you would have been absolutely ashamed. Ashamed. It's a hard dig, Lucy. I've been digging since the sun was up this morning. Can I tell you a secret? I know you're dead. I guess it's not that big of a secret, but, well, I just didn't want to surprise you or anything. This is a good flavor. You know what this reminds me of? Remember when we were digging the ditch for Snoopy's doghouse? Oh, right. You wouldn't want to remember that stupid dog. I don't know why you always hated him so much. He was just trying to be philosophical. He had his little bird friend to think of. I don't think you knew Woodstock all that well. He sells weed to me occasionally, but we mostly keep our distance. Look, I know you're not there. It's just Linus and the rest left a while ago. But I'm not gonna give up. I know you're down there, and I'm gonna get you out. Okay. I'm gonna go back to digging. I hope you don't mind me singing, Lucy. I'm not Christian or nothing. It's easier to dance to jazz than to a preacher's tongue, but it helps me dig. And well, it's one of the only songs that I think I actually do sing well, and I kind of always had a crush on you. Okay, I'm gonna dig. Whew. Yes, I know when Jesus saved me, saved my soul the moment he forgave me, made me whole. He took away my heavy burdens. Lord, he gave me peace within, peace within. Satan can't make me doubt it, can't make me doubt it. This feeling, I'm gonna shout it, I'm gonna shout it. I was there when it happened, and so I guess I ought to know. And so I guess I ought to know. Whew. Mm. Mm. There's a cloud up there that looks like a V. I mean, I'm sorry. Who am I saying sorry to? You're not here. Wiener! Wiener! A big fat wiener's dancing around! Now I know you're not here for sure. Because if you were, you'd be hooting and hollering up a storm about the last little bit. It really did look like a Venus, though, Lucy. You know, I like Wiener. I mean, the boy. Me and Linus we had some good times before, Lucy. I don't like goals. Well, I don't know. I've always liked you. Wish I could see you above me, laughing again. After pulling that football away from my feet. Your parents miss you a lot. They're gonna be really excited I dug you up again. We're gonna get their souls back next. They don't. Didn't? Don't? Didn't? I don't know what the right word is, or how to say that your dead parents didn't, didn't approve of me digging you up, but they're not here, so va. Mm. No, no, no. I know you don't miss Snoopy, Lucy, but he misses you. He misses smelling you. He misses telling you that your shoelaces were untied. And listening to you after you and your parents argue. And he has been so good to me, Lucy. He's been here. I'm almost there. I just have to keep digging and singing. Jesus came back as a zombie. You will too. I know it's not what they were designed for, Lucy, but face masks make an excellent defense against dirt. Me and Peppermint Patty, we started this little side business. We painted over surgical masks and sell them at a profit to grown-ups. It's gonna end up big time. Me and Peppermint Patty are gonna take the wood to build a treehouse. We're going to. No. And you'll be there. I'll dig you all up and it will all be okay again. I know you will. I know. Jesus got resurrected. I just gotta find your body. I'm not a Christian. You know I'm not. But something has got to work. I don't care who tells me salvation is not real. Through the world we argue that we cannot feel the heavy burdens lifted and the wild sins go. I was there when it happened, and so I guess I ought to know. Yes, I know when Jesus saved me, saved my soul, the very moment he forgave me, made me whole. He took away my heavy burdens, Lord. He gave me peace within, peace within. Satan can't make me doubt it. I won't doubt it. True, I'm gonna shout it. I'm gonna shout it. I was there when it happened, and so I guess I ought to know. It worked! Wow, wow! Lucy, you maggots and were you. Hi, Lucy.
Hey, blockhead. I thought you'd never dig me up.
I miss you so much.
Well, I didn't miss you at all, blockhead.
How's heaven? What's it like? You wouldn't have believed it, Lucy, but I was singing a gospel hymn while I was digging you up.
There isn't a heaven, Charlie Brown.
Oh.
Did they discover a COVID vaccine?
Yeah.
Where are my parents?
Well, I had hoped that you met them in heaven, but they were next on my list to resurrect. You have a maggot hanging out of your. Here, no, let me.
Stop. I can feel the worms and stuff crawling. How did my folks die?
I love Emily.
How did
my folks die? Awesome. Thank you so much, Ellen. That piece was amazing. And thank you to all of the actors. And next up, we have a short piece from Karen Fulda. Karen Fulda is a singer, musician, actress, writer, producer, and comedian based out of Houston, Texas, where she's tirelessly performs in open mic nights, cabarets, and sketch comedy shows. She's a member of the 80s Kids sketch comedy troupe, something we just saw. Awesome. The Vestibulist and the Savward Singers. I don't think I said that right. Since March, she appeared in over 30 international virtual Shakespeare productions. That's really cool. She was recently chosen to act and write for Con Men Running War of the Worlds, Holdren podcast, currently available on Spotify and other platforms. Let's see, Freedom from Choice. These are the creepy in your neighborhood. You can follow her on YouTube and at Voices Karen on Instagram and Twitter. And without further ado, thank you, Karen. Go for it.
The woman gripped the steering wheel with grim resolve. 9, she murmured. 9 is the name of my prey. 9 is the number of the beast. 9 is the unholy that must be cleansed. 9 is my curse and my vengeance. She heard a distant wailing sound, the keening of a beast in pain. Is that you, 9? Then another sound from behind, a cracking report like thunder. The rearview mirror on the passenger side of her car erupted in a spray of glittering fragments. She swerved the car, tires shrieking against the pavement, careened around a corner and accelerated down the suburban street. Houses and lawns swept by in a kaleidoscope of brick, wood, grass, and concrete. 9, she said. 9 is the evil one, the hideous one. 9 is the deformer of all that is good and the defiler of all that is clean and pure. The front of her new Porsche was dented and scratched as if it had been battered over and over with something heavy and blunt. The headlights and signal lamps were smashed out. The windshield was starred with cracks in 2 places. The hood was buckled and its white paint was marred. All that remained of the rear window was a crust of cracked safety glass around the rim. Through it she heard the insane wail grow louder. Thunder sounded. The glove compartment buckled, then imploded with a loud crack. She took no notice. 9, she said. 9, you are clever and crafty. You have chosen 9 as your name so fools will not know you. You have eluded me. But I will find you and shout your name, and you will turn and know fear. The tire screeched again as she rounded another corner. A spoked hubcap caught the curb, spun crazily through the air, and clattered across a driveway. Her pale features twisted into a grimace. She felt pain but did not know where she was hurt. Strands of blonde hair were plastered to her forehead, and sweat dripped from her eyebrows and the tip of her nose. She gulped breath. She snapped a fingernail against the hard plastic of the steering wheel, glanced at the red and white of her dress, and was confused, because this morning it had all been white. 9, she said. It will be soon now, 9. I must find you. The bestial wailing was joined by a strange thup, 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 a coughing of wind or beating of demon wings. Thunderclap. Her windshield went white. She started to lose control, but remembered her mission and punched the frosted glass as hard as she could. The windshield buckled and crumbled, spilling over the dashboard into her lap and the passenger seat. She felt wind streaming into her face and looked ahead. 9, she screamed. I have found you. I shouted your name, and you turned, and I saw the fear in your eyes, and now you will die. She swerved hard to catch the pedestrian on the sidewalk, who had seen the speeding vehicle and tried to get out of the way. She heard the thud of impact and a muffled cracking of bones. The body swooped out ahead of the car and smashed into the sidewalk, spinning limply like a rag doll, then resting still. An empty leather loafer lay on the street. Behind her car, in desperate pursuit, the squad car driver radioed for an ambulance. He sped past the broken form on the sidewalk, but kept his eyes on the road, on the car ahead. Through his partner's open window, he heard the beating rotors of the pursuit helicopter above the Porsche and the screech of his car siren. His partner clicked bullets into his service revolver. The driver spoke, his voice cracking. Get her this time, God damn it! As she raced on ahead of them, the woman eased her grip on the steering wheel, blinked tears from her eyes, and sighed. She looked at the blood streaming from her lacerated knuckles. It dripped down onto her dress, which was already moist with blood. 9 has been vanquished. Then her face hardened, and she looked at the sidewalks and the streets ahead. 10, she said.
We're live. Oh, welcome back.
Hi, hey guys. What's up? We're having too much fun here. All
Yeah,
right.
I hope you all are drinking with us. It is a tipsy TQQ event after all.
It most certainly is. All right. So next up we have one of my favorite people, Emily Ho. Just like the sweetest person you'll ever meet. And we're going to introduce some art pieces by Autumn Rain Comics. So these are a few pieces by Autumn Rain Comics. They were created from Halloween-themed prompts, including Underworld Cerebus, Werewolf, Witch, and Dragon. Autumn Rain Comics primarily works in digital media and is closed for commissions and sales at the moment. To support the artist and see more work, follow her on Instagram at Autumn Rain Comics. Very cool. Very, very cool stuff.
And also, she is in our upcoming big production in December of She Kills Monsters as our dungeon master.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
She's great at it. Okay, so you're probably wondering why I'm doing the crazy face. It's because I have this filter that like thinks that it's labeled beautiful, but all it does is like make your eyes huge and it's weird, like it's like the force smile. So that's there you go. This is beautiful according to my computer.
So creepy. I just can't. It's weird.
Sorry.
In this case, for sure. Oh my gosh.
So yeah, but we do have Colleen coming up or like it's your turn to do a reading, isn't it, Colleen?
It is.
Okay, well, I will back out of here and let you do it.
This is a poem called St. Swithin's Chair by Sir Walter Scott. On Hallowmass Eve, ere yon bon ye to rest, ever beware that your couch be blessed. Sign it with cross and sain it with bead. Sign the Ave and say the Creed. For on Hallowmass Eve the night hag will ride. Sign it with cross. Oh. And all her ninefold sweeping on by her side. Whether the winds sing lowly or loud, sailing through moonshine or swathed in the cloud, the lady she sat in St. Swithin's chair, the dew of the night has dampened her hair. Her cheek was pale, but resolved and high was the word of her lip and the glance of her eye. She muttered the spell of Swithin the bold, when his naked foot traced the midnight wold, when he stopped the hag as she rode the night, and bade her descend and her promise plight. He that dare sit on St. Swithin's chair, when the night hag wings the troubled air. Questions 3 when he speaks the spell, he may ask, and she must tell. The Baron has been with King Robert his liege, these 3 long years in battle and siege. News are there none of his weal or his woe, and fain the lady his fate would know. She shudders and stops as the charm she speaks. Is it the moody owl that shrieks? Or is that sound, betwixt laughter and scream, the voice of the demon who haunts the stream? The moan of the wind sunk silent and low, and the roaring torrent has ceased to flow. The calm was more dreadful than raging storm, when the cold gray mist brought the ghastly form.
Ooh.
No, it's such a great piece. It's just they're so
That's beautiful.
It's chilling.
It's a great piece. It's a very great piece. I'm not gonna stop doing this for now.
that is really beautifully written though. Really beautifully read as well. Colleen, thank you.
Yeah. And so coming up next we do have is it pronounced Cornair?
It's Cornair, it's Finnish, and Cassidy Tyler.
Yeah, so Nea, is she out of Finland? Because I think we haven't been mentioning, like, as you saw, Anna Mazaris, who played Charlie Brown, was out of Hungary. We have people appearing all over the world, just in case you didn't know. And also, it took a lot of time and work to put this show together to bring to you guys. And it took a lot of talent. So if you could please just, shoot us a tip if you've liked any part of this at all, or even if you could just appreciate how hard artists are working right now and not being paid very much. So we're trying to run this theater company to keep bringing theater to you and keep it alive. That is my dog. Trying to play with me. That's my dog. She's rolling around on the ground under me. That's why I'm like this.
She's also begging for tips.
She is also, yes, she is. But yeah, please just, we can only do this with our own money until we can replace it by the kindness of your hearts. So actually, we're losing money this pandemic as of now. So
Yes.
I hope you
Please.
like it.
Please, 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 please donate. Every bit counts. Like every bit helps. It all goes back into everything, like Rachel said, from programs to, you know, different types of software. Like, I mean, all the amazing effects that you're seeing right now from our technical director, Colleen, you know, those are made possible. And they could be even more complex with your donations. So please,
Yeah.
please donate.
Literally hundreds of hours of work has gone into this company in order to just like help actors bring their face to you, help promote things, have fun, do all of these shows, bring you entertainment, bring you live theater back to you. So we're doing that, you know, because theater needs to stay alive. And that's why we also are trying to help keep relevant local theaters, you know, their names alive too. It's important through this very difficult time for the arts, despite the fact that we are creating way more right now.
Absolutely.
It's
and
a passion project for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just in case you don't know where it is, our Streamlabs page, which will connect you both to our tips section, as well as any current merch that you can order through the Streamlabs company that we're working with. It just dropped that in the chat, so you can check that out there.
Yes, and the merch will be updated soon. We do have a lot of different colors and things to choose from. We have just started building this website for you. Otherwise, if you're in Chicago and you want something, I do have our first shirts. So you can be part of like our original squad of like shirts and masks. So if you want those, check with me and I'll hand deliver them. Well, I'll deliver them from my car. Is that by hand? Either way, that's how you get it.
It could still be by hand if you like hand it to them from the window of your car. Like,
yeah, perfect. I'm gonna do that. Or like, I'll just throw a spiral.
And stream it live on our channel?
Sure, yeah. Seeing people get their TQQ stuff. Yes, absolutely. We'll do that.
Amazing.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to now hear from Nia and Cassidy.
Well, they encourage your complete cooperation. Send you roses when they think you need to smile. I can't control myself because I don't know how, but they love me for it, honestly. I've been here for a while, so I gave them blood, gallons of the stuff. I gave them more than they can drink, and it will never be enough, so give them blood. Grab a glass because it's going to be a flood. A celebrated man amongst the girlies. They will fix me proper with a bit of luck. The doctors and the nurses, they adore me so, but it's really quite alarming, 'cause I'm such an awful fuck. I gave you blood, gallons of the stuff. I gave you all that you can drink, and it has never been enough. I gave you blood. I'm the kind of human wreckage that you love.
So, do you want me to tell my story? Okay then. I will. It's kind of still haunts me till this day. We were kids. It was Katie and I. We were about 12, and we went to. We saw what looked like a board game, and we decided to get it because we wanted to play with it. we didn't think too much of it. We thought it was just a regular board game, the ones that you pick up your sticks and move around the board. We thought that. So I read the instructions, and this particular game so that we could contact lost loved ones, which we found to be very, as kids, like we were just curious, and it was appealing, and we wanted to do it. We wanted to we wanted to play. I mean, the game seemed safe, saved. We weren't saved. Fuck. I get chills telling this story. So we looked at the box, and it said ages 8 and up. So we thought, all right, cool. So we pulled out the board and we started asking the palette questions. We're like, how old are you? And the palette went to 0. And we thought that was so silly. And I of course thought it was Katie moving the palette the whole time. The little, So it kept saying 0 after I asked it, how old are you, multiple times. And then we asked, where did it come from? And it spelled time very slowly. TIME over and over and over and over and over again. We were a bit freaked out at that point, understandably. And then we asked it what its name was, and it spelled MEME over and over and over again. Me. We asked if it was a ghost or something else. So, do you want me to tell my story? Okay, then. I will. It's kind of still haunts me till this day. We were kids. It was Katie and I. We were about 12, and we went to. We saw what looked like a board game, and we decided to get it because we wanted to play with it. We didn't think too much of it. We thought it was just a regular board game, the ones that you.
Hello, welcome back to our beautiful faces. They're beautiful faces. Hold on, I should make mine creepy again.
Which I'm currently stuffing with candy.
Don't do the creepy face.
Can't stop me. All right, so I guess we're having a little bit of technical issues on that video, which, you know what, if that is the first time we've had anything like, okay, it's new software, we're doing it, y'all. So, and I do want to say thank you again. Like, I don't know if you've noticed how much content and coordination has gone into this, so please keep that in mind for tips. So what do we have coming up next? We have
Anya. But first, I am going to dip out, guys. I am on a teacher's schedule, and usually I'm up at 5 a.m. So I fall asleep early. So I am going to dip out. And real quick, another plug. Go to our Patreon. There are so many tiers. You guys can be a groundling. You guys can, start like with a little groundling, and you can work your way up. And we have dukes and duchesses, and there's all kinds of benefits and things. There's merch. There's extra content that you can get. So please, please, please go to our Patreon. And thank you for attending. And thank you to Rachel and Colleen. And a big shout out to Kayla, who you guys don't get to see, but she's in the wings, guys. And she's doing a lot of work. So.
And Bodie. Kayla and Bodie.
Kayla and Bodie. You're rock stars, guys. All right.
You really are.
Happy Halloween.
Have a good night, artistic director.
Bye.
So, we do have Anya coming up next, and but I think we're a little early. Should we tell a creepy story, or is she ready?
So why don't, while we're waiting for Anya here, share the pencil box, which is our other piece.
Yes, that I directed and performed in. This was a piece submitted by Tunnies Robnett, who I will be releasing her bio, which was a video bio, super cute, and she'll let you know how to get in touch with her. She's also from the Women's Theater Alliance and directed that short film that I did of Kimberly Freyr's script earlier that we talked about.
All right.
So,
nice. Oh, one moment. Okay, so we're going to share the pencil box, and then we'll let Tanya on in.
yeah, enjoy a laugh.
Definitely.
Hello, Miss Ray.
Oh, hey, Abby?
Abigail. You know it's Abigail.
Yes. And you know you don't have to call me Miss Ray when the kids aren't around.
Should I call you?
Charlotte is fine.
Did you realize your first name is a city in North Carolina?
Yes, I knew that. It's a family name, though.
But did you also know that it is the most populated city in North Carolina?
Great. So, what are you doing here?
I'm here for the meeting, of course.
What meeting?
The Haunted House Committee meeting?
Oh, right. We are doing that. I thought we were doing that in your room.
Why would we do that in the English room when all the art supplies are here?
Good point.
By the way, what are you doing with that box full of whatever it's full of?
It's not filled with anything important.
Are you sure? I heard you received a disciplinary report, so I hope that you aren't...
How did you find out about that?
Well, you crumpled it up and threw it in your trash, so I...
You looked through my trash can?
It was an accident.
How?
I just hope there's nothing harmful in that box.
What?
There could perhaps be a bomb of some kind.
I wouldn't do that.
Well, we are teachers. It's easy for one of us to snap.
I'm not snapping. Everything is fine.
May I see the box?
No.
Just promise me there's nothing horrible in the box.
There's nothing horrible in the box. And please stop snooping in my trash.
I told you it was an accident.
How?
Konnichiwa. Let's do this haunted house thing.
Oh, a new student. And she thinks she's Japanese.
Yes. Ms. Ray, this is Brittany Rothschild. She just began taking classes today. Though I wonder how she found out about the meeting?
It's on the school calendar.
Yes, that makes sense.
Anyway, you're the art teacher, right? I really wish I could take your class.
Why aren't you?
Oh, my parents won't let me. They think that a future lawyer shouldn't be distracted by something artistic.
That's awful.
Yeah, well, they're awful.
It's not really appropriate to call your parents awful, young
Yeah,
lady.
well, you haven't met them.
Don't worry, kid. Once you get past college, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Miss Ray,
What?
you should not be cursing in front of the children.
Old enough? What are you, like 10th grade, Brittany?
11th.
Ah, 17. That was a good year.
At any rate, we are here to discuss the haunted house.
Yeah, I thought we should do a theme. Maybe from a horror movie?
Ooh, we could do Carrie. I mean, it is a high school.
Oh, I love it. Bloody prom. Or how about Psycho?
I know exactly where to get some rusty shower heads.
Why are they rusty?
I actually have a Bates Motel sign at home.
That's awesome. Ooh, what about Child's Play?
That's like my favorite Chicago movie.
We can't afford that many dolls.
What about a Frankenstein theme?
Oh, could we do like a sexy Frankenstein that is a woman?
The school does not condone sexy.
It's important that the students be in touch with their sexuality.
They shouldn't be in touch with their sexuality until they're married.
Do you seriously believe that? What's wrong with you?
Nothing is wrong with me. That's just the way God intended families to be.
There is nothing dirty or unholy about sex. It's healthy to talk about and express it.
I vehemently object to that position.
It's unhealthy for the kids.
It's not unhealthy. I am.
This is like from 7.
What?
It's almost like an exact replica.
No, it's not.
Gwyneth Paltrow's head in there?
Are you shitting me?
Language.
I adore Gwyneth way too much to ever think about something like that.
Oh no, it really is a bomb. I was just jesting earlier, but
oh my God. A bomb? That's so cool. Did you make it yourself?
It's not a bomb. Everybody just calm down.
It's Principal Perry's head. Just like the movie.
You've seen 7?
Of course. It has the 7 deadly sins, just like the Bible.
That's pretty deep.
What's in the box?
Not really your business.
Open the box.
I don't want to.
Open the box. Right now, this is not a discussion.
I'm sure it's not his head. I was kidding.
Principal Perry called in sick. His wife called in sick. Are you having a tawdry homosexual affair with the principal's wife?
No, she's like 60.
She's in on it with you, isn't she? The two of you had some kind of affair and now you did it in his office. How dare you?
I didn't kill anyone. Your imagination is running wild. Let's just get back to planning the haunted house. The 7 theme sounds good. We could have a room for each of the 7 deadly sins.
Open the box now.
don't want to.
If you are not guilty, then you should be fine.
There's no crime here. I promise.
Open it, or I'll call the police.
What are you going to do if there really is a severed head in there?
I'll do something.
Are you really going to call the police?
Absolutely.
Fine.
Dildos? That's disgusting.
Miss Ray, you're awesome. Your class must be lit. I don't care what my parents say. I'm going to figure out how to take your class.
I told you it wasn't a severed head, but there may not even be a class if Big Mouth over here runs off to tell Mr. Perry.
Of course, I'm going to tell him you've brought pornography into the classroom.
It's your fault I even opened the box. I ordered it online because I had it sent to school since people keep stealing my packages. Stupid neighbors. I was trying to find a place to hide it just in case a student came in when you showed up.
Yeah, come on. Miss Ray is awesome.
This is disgusting and despicable. I will not have this going on at my school.
Listen, I love my job. Please don't say anything. I'm already on thin ice.
Well, maybe you deserve to be fired.
I don't. I am a great teacher. I'm just not a typical teacher. I do things my own way.
Your way is harmful to children.
It is not. Kids have visited me after college telling me how much I helped them find their passion. Please, Abigail.
I'm going to tell Mr. Perry right now.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Don't worry.
Oh, that we are. Live we are. Hey, I don't know if I told y'all about my costume, but I wanted to, I'd been thinking like, I'll do the Handmaid's Tale because there's been those protests in them. I'm like, oh, cool. I don't have to wear it just for Halloween. Then I could just wear it downtown in general and make a statement. But then I was like, you know what though? I want something more empowering. So I don't know if y'all have recognized this hoodie yet, but see, this is green because I'm part of the Scum Society, the Scum Group, which is the Society for Cutting Up Men. How scared are you now? Yeah, it's from American Horror Story, season The Cult, but actually it's based on Valerie Solanas', she wrote this thing called the Scum Manifesto, and yikes, man. I mean, like there's some good stuff in there, and then she just she attempted to assassinate Woody Allen. So like, no, not Woody Allen, the Campbell soup guy, Andy Warhol. Either way.
Oh my God. Okay, that's a big swap.
That was her.
So we'd love to invite Anya on again.
Yes. Because Anya is amazing. I don't think she's here though right now.
Oh no.
We don't have Anya.
So then we'll. Okay, so then we're gonna scoot a little bit ahead. So up next we have Ruth, who is a artist. I can speak. Who is an artist, and she's going to do a little bit of a drawing tonight for us. And how to. Ruth, you want to jump on?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Ruth. Oh, did we lose Ruth? Uh-oh, did she go too far? There's Anya.
Wonderful. Technical difficulties in the middle.
Enjoyed those.
Okay, I unmuted. Sorry.
Either way, I can just sit here and talk. Like I never run out of things to talk about. So like my dog is over here looking real cute. Boom. That's what we're doing over here. Everyone loves animals, right?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got to get my video back.
Uh-oh, that got feisty. But seriously, I do want to talk about a couple of things. I know it's coming up to voting day. And if you haven't voted already, please do. Like, do not vote this year, only if you don't support Trump. And my opinions are my own. They may or may not necessarily represent the company of the quarantine queens, just FYI. And Ruth, you're ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready to go. Am I live?
Yes. This is Ruth Runke.
Okay, hang on a second. I've got the ferret out.
So Ruth is a comedian who does work here both in Chicago and then what is the other city in Canada?
Edmonton.
Edmonton, yes. Actually, pretty great duo, you and Joey, right? Or do y'all ever actually work together?
We have, and we will again. It's just a matter of time and finding that magical thing called a babysitter.
Yeah. So do you want to do a quick overview and introduce yourself? Tell us like what you do. A few things like that.
I am in a constant state of chaos and motion. We have a 6-year-old, and we have a ferret, and we have a cat. Is the ferret in here? Okay, good. The ferret is like our baby, and so I need to make sure that the ferret is okay, because once I go live and all of that, it's possible that he could get into a lot of trouble. And so we have a lot going on at any given moment in our lives. And so fitting like in fun things and entertainment, like just for the two of us, we haven't had a date night in even, so the last date night we had was, I can't even remember. I mean, it was like once this last year and that's it. And so we used to get up on stage all the time. We used to run our own rooms.
Yes. I remember hearing all about it.
Yeah, it was fun. We've had a bunch of different shows, and each show that we produced in Edmonton ran anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. And once the venue kind of, maybe it wasn't the right fit or whatever, the show run, it comes to an end, and then you have to look for a new venue, which we always found that next new venue. But
and you guys have been, and y'all have been doing great at it. This year's probably been like, I haven't seen too much this year actually, but
I was on stage once recently for 5 minutes with my friend and fellow comedian Sterling Scott.
Well, and you've been on our stage before though. You actually did, which show was it that you were with us? And it was hilarious, the character you played. I can't remember, but you were hilarious. But anyways, I won't interrupt you any longer. You can go ahead and take over. And you are teaching us how to draw monsters. Is that right?
Yes, we are going to learn how to draw monsters tonight. I was going to read from one of the many books that we have in our collection. And honestly, I feel like learning how to draw monsters and doing a monster tutorial is just going to be so much fun for everybody in the replay. And it's definitely the opposite of stagnant. It is interactive and you can participate along at home. This is definitely an all ages kind of experience. I know a lot of people who don't know how to draw monsters and have maybe never drawn a monster at all in your entire life. I don't know what your favorite monster is. If you guys can hear me, you can go ahead and shout it out. We have any favorite monsters?
Oh, my favorite monster. Oh,
Chupacabra. Chupacabra.
okay.
That is scary. My favorite
Yeah,
monster is my child, and my second favorite monster is my husband. And I love them so much. They're so wonderful. So I'm actually in character now. This is Quarantrina. This is a brand new character. Quarantrina is originally from St. John, and Quarantrina has a little bit of a sketchy past. We have not developed this character enough yet, so I'm not entirely sure how Quarantrina should sound. But this right now, this is a tutorial on how to draw monsters. We all have monsters in our life. Some of them are absolutely terrifying. Maybe you know a narcissist, and we could draw the narcissist monster for you right here. It looks exactly like my ex. So anyways, whoever your monster is in your life right now, I want you to visualize what that monster looks like. Maybe it's your ex-girlfriend. Maybe it's, your in-laws. I mean, we've got some pretty scary people in our lives. Sometimes maybe it's the current president of the United States. Oh my God. So let's see. How should I do this for you guys? We'll start with some eyes. So all you got to do, and it's super easy, is you just draw a circle and then kind of shade it in, however you want those eyes to appear. Okay, so we're going to draw not 2 eyes, we're going to draw 3 eyes. Okay, so draw as many eyes as you feel comfortable with. All right, we're going to draw a bunch of eyes because this monster is going to be super scary. That looks like a potato. So basically you're going to draw a potato with eyes. And then
I didn't keep up.
And then put some teeth. There you go. And eventually this potato is going to be turned into mommy's vodka that she will be drinking later. And then mommy will become the monster. So yes. A little bit of realism here with the comedy. So this is one monster. Super easy. It's so easy. And we could stop right there, or we can embellish our monsters. We could give our monsters some ears. Now, what makes a monster scary? Is it the way that the monster looks on the outside? Because we don't want to judge these, we don't want to judge them. They could be good inside. They could be really helpful and really useful members of the community. So never judge one of these monsters by the way they look, okay? Just want you to be on the same page with me with that. They may look scary and terrifying on the outside, but some of these monsters are incredibly benevolent, very, very kind-hearted, wonderful creatures. And others will bite your head off and eat you for dinner. So you just, you have to kind of vibe it out, all right? So don't judge, but use your observational senses, make sure that they smell okay. Because just because a monster doesn't smell good does not mean that he's evil. It just means that he needs a bath. Okay, so that was monster number 1. Now we're going to draw another monster. This monster does not have a very specific gender identification. And I want you to understand that that's okay. We do not need to associate with any particular gender. Okay, and just because we have big lips like this does not mean we are male or female. Okay, and again, I'm going to use pointy teeth. Now, just because they have pointy teeth does not mean that they are not a vegan, because they may be a vegan. They may be making vegan choices. And if they are not making vegan choices, we don't judge them and we don't shame them for their lifestyle, because meat eaters are people too. And sometimes they are monsters, like this one. This is a meat-eating monster. This monster is pro-meat, and they will encourage you to eat meat, and they will encourage your family to eat meat. And if they encourage your family to eat meat, you need to tell those monsters, no, it's murder. There we go. Now, just because this monster happens to be a meat-eating propagandist, we don't judge them. We don't shame them. That's their choice. I had meat for dinner. I'm a meataholic because I had the meat agenda pushed on me. So this is the meat-eating monster, and we will not shame them for their choices. Okay, moving on. Next monster. How much time do I have?
Hold on, let me see. You are at 1 second. Yeah.
This is our next monster. This monster is called self-loathing. And this monster will tell you horrible things about yourself that you mustn't believe. This monster will tell you that you are not good enough. And this monster will tell you that you are stupid and worthless. Now, you mustn't make this monster feel ashamed or bad about themselves for telling you those things. Because the irony is, if you shame the monster, that gives the monster fuel. Okay, so you've got to say nice things to your self-loathing monster. And then the self-loathing monster becomes a self-loving monster. And then it goes on a worldwide tour and gives TED Talks. So our monsters are all going to transform into good guys because the world needs more good guys. So don't shame the monsters for what they look like, because we all have our little monsters on the inside, don't we?
Yes, I love them. I actually was drawing along at first, and I almost shouldn't share this, but my first monster is so bad.
No, it's not. You see, that's the self-loathing monster talking right now. It's telling you it's so bad. No, it's good. Good effort. Good effort.
I did it. I mean, I was like kind of potato-like, and then I was like, you know what? Give me these floppy ears and a mohawk, and that's what I landed on.
You know? Yeah, there's
right.
doing the self-judging and, you know, a lot of shaming going on, and you've got to conquer that, and you can do it through art. That's why I love this movie, is because it's.
So do you want to tell everyone real quick about where they can reach you? And yeah, plug yourself.
So I can be found on Facebook and other social media platforms. Everything is going to pretty much be at Our Zen Art. So we have a little boy named Zen, and I have another little boy whose middle name is Arthur. So Zen Art is my two kids, and I mix that into my handles all over the internet. So my name on Facebook is Ruth Runke, and that's spelled R-U-H-N as in Nancy, K as in kite, E as in Easter. That's my closing tune. I'm just putting that's my alarm for some reason. But anyway, yeah. I'm on social media at Ruth Runke and consistently across Twitter and Instagram, Our Zen Art. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ruth. It was such a pleasure to have you, and such a unique thing. I loved it. I loved it so much.
I was so surprised. It was so wonderful.
I try to keep things family friendly for the replays because my kids are on the internet and they're totally all about the YouTube videos, and one of my 6-year-old wants to start his own YouTube channel. So
we just started our own YouTube channel. Look at him go.
Nice. Yeah.
He's like 32 years younger than me.
Yeah, well, one happy
so
internet
fast,
family.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ruth. It was wonderful to have you.
Bye.
Right. Next up, we're going to have Anya on. Anya, do you want to jump in?
Oh, and I'll jump out.
All right. I'm going to jump out as well, so Anya can introduce her next piece.
Yeah, I did switch devices, viewing world out there, so I want to just make sure that my my angles are right here. So sorry, one moment, and thank you for your technical patience. Do 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 do. This is technical difficulty music. Da 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 da. All right, we're good. Do 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 do. All right. Did you have a question on, or should I hammer on at these people? Great, thank you, Colleen. I'm Anya, and I've been on a couple times tonight, and I'll be on a couple more times tonight. And one of the things I have been trying
Holy
to.
shit, there's never a time in this house where that's not stressful. It's like just like everything that led up to that, putting Zen to bed, everything like that. It's like my stomach is
far more interesting than me.
Oh, Ruth. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we still.
Hello.
Hi. Everybody heard.
Everybody. Oh, was that something about Trump? He's always just cutting on in, right? Oh, that's just the way it is. Well, cool. Okay, so I think one of the things I think we can all agree on is, as all of this pandemic has hit us, I think we've all been trying to find ways to kind of calibrate and just make it happen anyway. So like all of us performers, we're all trying to find a way. And one of the things I have taken to in this quarantine life is doing online classes of things I wouldn't normally do, such as lap dance. And I know that might not follow family friendly monster drawing, but hey, this is a variety time, and 11:49, if your kids are watching right now, I will be wearing leggings. So, we're cool. And most of a top. You'll see. It's very Princess Leia circa she wasn't Princess Leia, she was Padme. That's right. And she was actually Natalie Portman. Except it's not all white. But that's about the shape of it. So, do things that frighten you is the moral of this story. And I'm gonna mute myself so you see. And thank you for watching.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, yeah.
fish in the sea. You know how I feel. River running free. You know how I feel. Blossom on the tree. You know how I feel. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life for me. Yeah. And I'm feeling good. And I'm feeling good. Dragonfly out in the sun. You know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun. You know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done. That's what I mean. And this old world is a new world. And a bold world for me. Stars, when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yes, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good.
That was awesome. That was awesome too. Super awesome. And I just love the variety you've brought tonight. It's just so.
That's one of my favorite things of performing. It's like,
Yes. Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do, keep theater alive. And so if you're liking any of what you see, this all takes time and money and like getting this together for you. So please, if you've liked any of it, give us a tip, or even better, please join our Patreon. It does come with perks. The different levels you go up, but you could just donate $2 a month and you have no idea how much of a difference that would make for our company. So that way we can bring more Anya back, because she's coming back because she's so amazing. And I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. If you still had something to say, or you ready to, you got another costume change?
oh no, that was great. But I could catch my breath. Shit.
You
If you are a professional dancer person, man, good for you. Good for you. All right. Thank you for having me. See you later.
All right. See you soon.
Wow. Okay. So we've got a couple more great things to share with you next. We're going to be, I wanted to take one brief moment and just kind of tell you a little bit about tonight from a different perspective. So the origins of Halloween. So the word that we use, or you may hear, is Samhain. And it looks like Samhain, but it's Samhain, kind of like a cow. And it's from an old Scottish Gaelic word. And it's supposed to be this special time of year where the wall between the worlds becomes thin. That the world of the Fae and the dead and ours all start to touch and blend into one place. And it's supposed to be a moment of wonder and superstition. And this is the night hag or the crone comes. She strips the leaves from the trees. This is the moment where the year begins to die, but so that it can be reborn. But it's that moment it's the darkest moment. And it's a transition. And the ancient Celts considered it to be two hinges, two moments in the world, Beltane and Samhain, where the world changed its focus. It changed how we perceive things. And they were incredibly superstitious of the in-between, the moments between, the places between, because it was a moment where you could travel between the worlds whether you want to or not. And that's when the myths and the fairy tales come alive, is between the worlds. And it's a moment tonight where we are between. And it is midnight in the Midwest, and it was midnight an hour ago for me here on the East Coast. And that is the ultimate moment of in-between. On Samhain, at the thinnest of moments, between the living and the dead, at midnight. So, if it's midnight where you are, or midnight where you are soon, look, watch. Who knows? Maybe your myths come alive.
Ooh. Yeah. It is 7 minutes to midnight here. So excited. And then I was reading, so I don't know too much about it, but we also have the blue moon this month.
Yeah.
So a blue moon, unfortunately, isn't blue, which is what I was really hoping it was going to be. But that's not what it is. The blue moon is when you have a second full moon in the month. And the last time it happened on a Halloween was what, like 1941?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. So what that's supposed to do is also decrease the veil and between the worlds as well. Yeah. So like it can't get much thinner than tonight. That's right?
Pretty much. And it's supposed to be it's that moment that's the transitions. And a blue moon is supposed to be a transition, and anytime you layer those,
Yeah, I was listening, there was some witch talk, she was saying it's a time for revolution. So go vote, is what she said. Go vote, manifest a better trajectory for us. You have to excuse me a moment. I will be right back, and you can introduce the next act if that's
yeah. So let me introduce the next couple acts. That's going to be Sydney Hansen with A Mother's Love, and then we're going to have Rachel Battenup with Mom's Scary Boyfriend, and then we're going to have Anya back for a story. So, with no further ado, Sydney, A Mother's Love.
kill me for this.
Invite Rachel on to share her story with us. Take it away. Rachel, introduce yourself and share your piece.
Hello, my name is Rachel Batten. I will be reading a Reddit spooky tale called Mom's Scary Boyfriend, and it's by Reddit user AETT. So here it is. About 5 years ago, my mom started dating this guy that she met online. That finest part. I recently started dating the woman who would later become my wife. We'd met online. I'll just refer to her as my wife for this story. Anyway, my wife and I never really liked this guy. We didn't think he was mean or anything. He was just a little creepy. He was quiet. He kept his eyes closed a lot and occasionally did odd things like offering my wife a piece of chocolate and then putting it in his mouth and closing his eyes and moaning as it melted in his mouth. One time, my wife and I were visiting my mom, but she got called into work, so we just waited at her house. Her boyfriend was over, but he spent the entire several hours in her bedroom hanging out with the door closed. Just before Christmas, my mom and this guy started having difficulties. My wife and I were visiting for the holidays, and she dropped all of their problems on us. And we listened carefully and told her our opinions and suggested that she'd be better off without him. But she had already made up her mind, though, and decided to break up with him on Christmas Eve. We spent the night at my mom's and got up early to go Christmas morning to visit my dad at his house. We didn't plan to spend the night, but we got snowed in, which was actually a nice Christmas surprise. The next day, as soon as we left, so that once we could get through the snow, my wife suggested that we stop by my mom's to check on her. She just had a really bad feeling about my mom's now ex-boyfriend. My mom's car was in the driveway, which isn't normally odd because she lives so close to where she works. She often just walks, and it hadn't snowed in her town. And she also leaves her door open. It drives me crazy. So we just let ourselves in. And that's when we saw blood oozing from the water dispenser in the refrigerator. My wife screamed and I freaked out. It had filled up the spill container and was leaking out onto the floor in a puddle. I was so nervous and scared. I was going to find my mom's head in the freezer. I opened the freezer door to find a bag of frozen cherries that had been opened. It was crammed into the freezer and it fell into the dispenser and it melted. Thank you. That's it.
It's such a moment of like weird and creepy, and
yes.
I can't.
Never knowing what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right? Like,
I was really just, what's coming?
Exactly.
Nope, just some cherries.
But it's just that moment where like, what's happening next? Oh no, this is going wrong. and then it's not. So
Yeah.
it's a good
Thankfully,
story.
it's not. To bring back the phrase from the 90s, psych.
Yeah.
Psych, 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 psych.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, so this is a tipsy TQQ event. If you can't tell, I'm tipsy.
That's fine.
So
I had
Rachel,
a canned gin and tonic earlier.
Rachel,
There you
just
go.
tell us a little bit about like what you do and tell us where we can find you and everything.
So I am actually an accountant by day, and a young adult fiction author by night. And as I told Rachel the other day, an amateur crocheter.
Yeah.
So I do have a writing Instagram. It is Rachel A. Batten. So my first name, my middle initial, my last name. I do have a TikTok where I make very amateur things. It's Rachel_Bat, 2 T's. So that's where you can find me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying up so late with us.
Of course.
Yeah, and also thank you for being in that sketch we did. You're great.
Yes. Thank you. That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
How did you end up with 2 severed head topics like in your story and sketch?
I don't know. Because I picked this story before you asked me to be in the skit with you.
Yeah. I don't know. Severed heads are finding you this month.
Ooh.
I think it's almost over.
It's my house.
Thank you, though. Right.
Okay. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So next up, we're going to invite Anya back once again with an amazing story. All right. Thank you so much, Anya. You were working it tonight.
Oh, thank you. Colleen, the more you get to know me, you'll know I always do. Oh, my hair. Oh, my goodness.
All right. I'm going to leave the stage to you.
Okay. Thank you, Colleen. Hello, TQQ viewers. I'm about to get like really real with you for a minute. And whenever I kind of go into this part of my life and I speak about it really openly, people are usually like, oh, wow. Like, wow. You know, how can you talk about that so openly? Because what I'm about to talk about has to do with like issues of grief and loss. And so if these aren't your topics, you know, TW, but I speak about it so openly because I think we need to grant each other permission to feel loss and grief and allow space for that. And if you are somebody who has felt that, you have a wealth of a resource actually, because I think we're all grieving in a big way, and the election coming up is a way to build past that grief. But it would be nice if we could all acknowledge each other's loss, right? So to that end, my sister passed away about 3 years ago. It was I actually found out on the day of that solar eclipse. Do you remember that solar eclipse in like 2017? Yeah, on that day was the day my family found out that she had passed away 2 days before. She had a drug overdose, and she thought she was snorting heroin. It was actually carfentanil. And for those of you who've been paying attention, there is something of an opioid epidemic that has hit our country in a big, big way over the last 2 decades. And I was trying to decide what exact story I would read for this, because I told my TQQ ladies I would. And then I don't know if we all saw this with the election, and there's so much news in the cycle, but Purdue Pharma had a big, a historic blow to it. Purdue Pharma, for those of you maybe not in the know, they're the creators of OxyContin, and they profited off of getting people addicted and then helping them get out of their addiction as well. And they admitted it. They pled guilty to a lot of this, and they owe the federal government $8 billion, and the government is taking over control of that company. So for my family that is hit by this opioid epidemic, not only the loss of my sister, but the brother between us also is a person who struggles with substance abuse disorder. both of them got their start on OxyContin. And it makes sense to revisit these words I wrote in honor of my sister. For her funeral, I was the eulogy giver, and I have not respoken these words since her memorial. Though I have shared them. I've shared them with students of mine even to give them permission to write on sensitive topics in their own lives. And I've revisited them as people have reached out to me, because a good number of people were there that day and they revisit these words and find comfort in them. So what I'm about to read is in honor of my sister. And it's in honor of anybody who has been affected by this same scourge that is opiate addiction, that is addiction. For anybody who feels the pangs of grief and loss, this time of year is a good time to honor those we've lost and those we love and who aren't with us and who still are. So these words, though, are very specific to me and my sister and the loss that we feel as a family. But may they give you comfort. Okay. So before this, there was like music playing. I'm gonna do a little of that. I'm like, I might give you some background as you need it. Okay, so there was music, right? Okay, so it starts, right? Thank you for that music. Okay. When Caitlin couldn't find words, that's my sister, Caitlin, she found music. Friends, family, fans of my sister, Caitlin and Grain Klingman, TQQ members, TQQ watchers, listeners, supporters. Thank you for being here, and thank you for listening. Making my sister Caitlin laugh was an unparalleled feeling. Many people have written of her smile, how it lit up a room, how her smile encouraged, inspired them, how the world is darker without its shine. I was able to trigger her show of humor without really even trying, just by being honest. For Caitlin saw the humor in all of life. And if my intention were to make her laugh, which became my intention quite quickly because I have always been addicted to making her and the rest of my family laugh, with her, I could use all my material. Not my best material, all my material on Caitlin. Fart jokes, sarcastic quips, funny faces, slapstick, pratfalls, innuendo, crude, crass, vulgar shit with a capital dollar sign. I was giving this eulogy in a church. So like here I am, I'm talking, I said shit in a church. So there's a little bit of that too, of like, oh, oops, like, can I say that? Like, I don't know, you young viewers up at 12:14 a.m. Okay. Caitlin would use that language and she would laugh at all our various reactions of saying crude things in a church. So when she would really get going and give a sincere belly laugh at something I said, especially a crass joke, and when we would get into that dynamic, me volleying punchlines and shenanigans and her giggling and ripples, it could shake the sadness out of me, out of both of us. So I think if Caitlin were here, she would say, tell us a joke. Maybe not with her words, but with her eyes, and in setting me up to go there. I tell my jokes now, knowing no one will ever again find me as funny as my sister. That my best audience has already taken her own final curtain. But Caitlin lives on in all of us. So to the Caitlin and each of you, let's start with a laugh. Right? Oh my God. Like, grief, right, guys? Okay, so 3 vampires plan to meet for drinks. And the first one gets there a little early. He walks up to the bartender and he says, I would like a cup of blood. The bartender's like, cup of blood? He's like, yes, I am vampire. drink blood. The bartender's like, okay. Goes in the back room, gets a cup of blood. Vampire pays for his drink. He sits down. Second vampire, he shows up right on time. Sees his friend already has his drink. And he goes up to the bartender and he says, I would like a cup of blood. And the bartender's like, are you a vampire? And the vampire's like, yes, I am vampire. He's like, okay, gets that cup of blood. Vampire pays, he joins his friend. Third vampire arrives a little late, there's always one. And he goes up to the bartender and he says, I would like a cup of hot water. And the bartender's like, well, aren't you a vampire? He's like, yes, I am vampire. Bartender's like, well, don't you drink blood? And the vampire goes, oh, I see the confusion. You see, I have a tampon. I was going to make tea. Okay, if you did not find that joke funny in the setting of a church of all places, then you are not Caitlin Klingman. And if you did not laugh knee-slappingly very loud, then you are not my sister Caitlin. And if you somehow were able to laugh raucously with joy lighting up this whole room, then Caitlin Klingman lives on in you. And if you were offended, Caitlin is laughing at you the hardest, I promise. This is how she works, y'all. Girl loved a good period joke. So my sister was also incredibly funny in her own right. While we were reminiscing about her specific Caitlin brand of humor, our other sister, Raven, and one of Caitlin's best friends, Robin, reminded me that she came up with a non-traditional one-liner. While the rest of us Philistines were still making that's what she said jokes, like this is back then, right? Caitlin had taken it to the next level by declaring that's what Joe Biden said, which, you guys, if she were alive right now and he with this, like, yeah, she would be loving this. This is ripe with Caitlin jokes. Okay, so she'd taken it to the next level, right? And it was like her own kind of damn the man innuendo tag to like a regular sentence. And she had a way with words that I think we should all recall. So for those of us who knew her very well, the sharing of these Caitlin sayings and stories has been invaluable to giving space and dimension to our grief. The number one reaction I have received to her death is no words, which makes sense because our English language is ill-equipped with the vocabulary for dealing with complex, high-stakes emotions. We're barely able to congratulate the birth of a newborn, let alone sudden tragic loss. You basically get to choose between two options, congrats and condolences. And death like this renders the usual words archaic and meaningless. But have no fear, my team of writers and I have words. When we have the very best words, as Joe Biden would not say, we have words. Okay. For me, the best words have come not from my grief over losing Caitlin, but from honoring her. Besides having a love of the inappropriate, Caitlin contained multitudes. My sister was the most human humans get. Funny, yet sincere. Vivacious, but depressive. Outgoing, yet insular. Fiercely loyal, while at times duplicitous. Loud and gregarious, even obnoxious, and yet soft, breakable. The strongest kind of weak. I recall young Caitlin best around bodies of water because she was so fearless in them. I was simultaneously proud of her and inspired by her, but also completely terrified because at any moment I thought my sister is a goner. There was our first time in the ocean, the Atlantic. I was 7 and Katie was 3. She insisted on wearing her underwear under her swimsuit, but also kept pushing the limits of how far out she could go, being knocked around by Poseidon's mischief, coming out for air with her undies hanging like saddlebags, waterlogged. As the salt water crashed into her, she went down into it, eyes open. There was the time years later at Lake Ellen up in Wisconsin when it was a bit unseasonably cold, if I recall, and it mattered not to Rowan, that's our brother, and Caitlin, as they dove in and out of the water the whole day. But as the sun began to set, even brother Rowan gave up on swimming as the night started to chill the air above the lake. But not our sister, Caitlin. She continued to dive in, up into the dock, splash, back onto the dock, kersplash, eyes open the whole time. I think it was Aunt Mary who took photos of Caitlin swimming in silhouette at sunset that night. And side note, y'all, when I read this at the funeral, my mom had a slideshow of pictures playing, off to the side. So I'm like up here doing the eulogy, and there's like slides, of photos of my sister. And right as I named the photo, it showed up in the slideshow, and like there was like about 500 people there, and they all like collectively gasped, like, and I was like, whoop. And then I saw they also were like looking, and I looked, and like there was the photo. So it's I'm referencing a photo of her like silhouetted, and they saw it in that moment. Come on. Do 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 do. Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah, okay. So then I have too many recollections of our stepdad, Brian, jumping in full sprint in full clothing to save Caitlin from her own decisions, pulling Caitlin back up, her gasping for air, taking a moment of rest at Brian's insistence, and then jumping back in. When we met the extended Wilmot family, that's his family, and would have pool days, Caitlin would make Paul Wilmot, that's the patriarch of my step family, right? She would make him so nervous that he insisted on showing her how to dive properly. And then later, he made sure to have goggles so Caitlin's eyes would not become so bloodshot from the chlorine, because she's always in there, eyes open. And when Tristan was born, that's the youngest brother, they weren't going through that again. And they had him enrolled in swimming lessons before he could even read. So later, Paul and Tony, the grandparents, insisted Caitlin go to sailing camp. And I think they were just trying to keep her from drowning. But even the best swimmers can get pulled under. I'm a mother. My Lucia is, when I gave this, she was just over 2 years. She's 5 now, a little over 5. I chose to be a mother in part because I saw Caitlin, my sister, be a mother. She made it look easy, effortless. And even when you could tell it was hard, which it is, she still managed to work through motherhood with love and with patience. A couple weeks after I had my daughter, a visiting friend said to my baby, "Oh, Lucia, you make it look easy." But my mother was visiting there, and she said, "No, that's Anya. Anya is making it look easy." And I was complimented by my mother's praise of me, but the compliment was really from my sister. I was pretending in that moment to be Caitlin. What would Caitlin do as I held this infant body? What would Caitlin do as I nursed this, trying to figure out nursing this infant baby? What would Caitlin do as my baby and I were mobbed by Thai people at the weekend market? And so what would she do? Not be in that position in the first place. That's what Joe Biden said. So being someone's sister, you get to be pissed at them. And when they act like assholes, sorry, audience and church or whatever, you get to be even more pissed at them. So as the big sister and the Klingman sister duo, I think of all the people in this room listening here tonight, I may have been the most angry towards her for the choices she's made. Actually, I've been the most furious with her this past year. So the year before she died, I was the most angry with her. So I kept my true feelings hidden from her. Something tells me now cat's out of the bag. I was afraid to tell her the depths of my disappointment and frustration, not wanting to be the reason to undo her sobriety, but like also wanting space to say, hey, you really fucked up my wedding with your drug abuse, you know? So yes, in all honesty, I've been pissed at my sister. The first time she used, she knew. We all know opiates destroy lives. She knew the second time she used that she had 2 beautiful daughters who need her, that she had younger siblings who looked up to her, older siblings who want what's best for her, parents and grandparents, uncles and aunts who would suffer for her choices. She knew the third time she used that her brother was already doing battle with this heroin addiction, this dragon, and that most likely a dragon of her own lay dormant within her. I mean, how could she not know? But by then it was too late. You know, it only takes once, twice, 3 times rapping at that chamber door, and then that dragon is awake. And a person must then spend their whole existence battling that demon, keeping it at bay, demanding, not today. When I'm most pissed with my sister, it is because I have forgotten that my sister was the victor of many a battle. In the last year, Caitlin clocked months of sobriety, and in addiction, the goal is not to get through months. Just focus on today, this moment. Stay sober right now, do it right now. That's what Joe Biden said. You're keeping up? You keeping up out there? Okay, these are, this is a callback, okay? All right. Caitlin's months of staying clean were born of the miracle of her hard work, working her program, working her steps, going to meetings, leaning on her sponsor, her PO, her mother, her support group, even inspiring the people around her to fight their battles as well. Caitlin was winning her days, her minutes back against that devil dragon. She was fighting the good fight. Fact is, though, she lost. She lost one battle. She made one mistake. One misstep took my sister. Not her disease entirely, really. Just one bad day. I've had bad days. I have made mistakes. I've made them once, twice, 3 times. I have had my own near misses. I have neglected to take care of my own mortality. It could have been a bus, a slip in the shower, wrong place, wrong time. In my sister's case, it was this heinous fucking dragon, and she's just human, flawed, and vulnerable, mortal. And then I remember that individual addiction, this does not happen in a vacuum. And my anger shifts toward the system, this culture, a system that hands out painkillers like it's Halloween. And every doctor and dentist is the fun neighbor giving out treats by the handful toward the end of the trick-or-treat free-for-all. Both of my heroin-addicted siblings got their start on pharmaceuticals. The true gateway drugs Dare forgot to mention. And honestly, I get pissed at this community of people who share their pill abundance. Like, hey, 'tis the season, right? And I get pissed about dealers who deal drugs out that have surprise ingredients unlisted so that crack is safer, because crack might mess your life up, but it won't fucking kill you. And I get angry about our culture that still looks at addiction as a criminal issue and not one of health. Still employs policy that paints addicts as animals, lowlifes, and thugs, rather than realizing that it impacts everyone, not just those they have dismissed as lost causes. It's everyone. It's the normal Kia minivan driving ones, right? Even the pastors, the athletes, the grandmas. A third of Akron, Ohio is opiate addicted. 1 in 3 people in Akron is addicted to some kind of opiate. And there have been more heroin and carfentanil overdoses in Illinois, and this was in 2017, in that year, than car crash fatalities. My fireman brother-in-law in Chicago administers more Narcan than he puts out fires. The Akron Beacon Journal read today, on the day I gave this eulogy, read 100 overdose cases reported at county ER in 2 weeks. And where are our leaders? I get furious. And I'm sorry, I gotta pause there because it is really relieving to hear the father of a son who battles with addiction speak of his son with honor. So that's leadership. Okay. I get furious that the best treatments are doled out, just like everything in a capitalist society, right? To the highest bidder with the deepest wallet, with access to a passport and a flight, if you can get that. 2020. All right. I get outraged with creatives like myself who flee small town life to our big cities, leaving a void of missed opportunity. I get outraged that if we stay, our options are limited. And no matter where we end up, we all might as well party, right? In this world, it breeds and it feeds dragons. Ensures they'll never stay asleep. And these are just systems of man. And we, man, are flawed creatures. We means me, my sister, and yes, even our country. We are all in this flawed state complicitly. It is then my anger shifts from here, the land of the mortal, to the heavens, powers that be. You took my baby's auntie. You trampled my mother's joy, putting pauses and time limits on my mother's smiles. You took away a young mother from her children and a father from his, because her boyfriend died too, you guys. Oh my gosh. And he had 4 children. I mean, this is tragic, right? Babies will now subsist on memories mostly procured by others. And who in the heavens decided to make drug dragons in the first place? Okay? And when I'm done defying stars and demanding answers from silence, my anger dissipates to reveal hurt, sadness, because I'm not angry. I'm grief-stricken. I have yet to fully accept the reality that the Klingmans, even reading that's not true. I hadn't at the time. At the time, I hadn't accepted that it was just me. Like we were a duet. Now I'm a one-woman show. Like I've accepted that now. Yeah. And I miss her, you know? But still, this next part's true. Okay, so accepting her absence, though, is pretty paralyzing. And that I cling to my rage for comfort. Rage is familiar. I recognize the fire. But grief, that's different. I was lucky then that I was new to that pain of grief. It's like an injury, unseen, oozing, bleeding out. It's a throbbing, a pulsing, stinging of your soul, of being brave for others, putting on happiness to spare the truth of misery, a deep hole, inviting you to climb on in, hermit in isolation, and bring back the anger. Anger fuels, in the sorrow, you're stuck. And yet, through the cold that sets in to chill my heart and kill my joy, I found a warmth to thaw frigid sadness. I found the love of community. Immediately, our inboxes flooded with condolences, our smartphones pinged with prayers, emojis of kindness, and gifts designed to laugh. Caitlin's multiple communities took up the call to spread the news that on Saturday, August 19th, 2017, we lost a great one. And the 27 Club had claimed another member. Caitlin's sobriety support community, they chimed in with their shock and grief, making sure to share with us, her family, how much our sister helped and guided them. Friends from our past stepped forward into our present to say, I have been standing with you all along, and I'm here with you now. And the friends of our present came over after work, in the evenings, on the weekends, took us shopping, made us food, sent flowers and ice cream and cards. And apparently my 5-year-old's awake. All right. You stand as witnesses to our rage. And you share in our tears. Fill our hearts with all the best of remembrances. Laugh at the absurdity with us. To my family, you exchanged the warning signs, witnessed how we all knew, have always seen this coming, even when we denied the knowing. We shared our where were you whens, because there was no good time or place, no good way of finding out. There was more than one bright light eclipsed that day. Now we focus on our recollections of baby Caitlin, the art she made, the things she said, her girls. You, here before us, you bought expensive tickets or drove long distances or watch on Facebook Live or whatever you're doing, streaming, right? To come stir your support and your memories into our communal tear soup. Look about this room, this stream, to see the gift of love that my sister bequeaths unto each of us. The relationships Caitlin urges us to glory in. My husband, you knew how to grieve already because of losses in your family. And you walked with me then, and you keep walking with me patiently as I find my footing. I love you. And our darling daughter, Lucia, you laugh without reservation like your auntie. I'm so glad you think my sobbing face is mommy being silly. It's no surprise that you keep seeing Auntie Katie. Oh, right. Oh, that's right. It's no surprise that you keep seeing Auntie Katie this weekend, because I have always seen a lot of her and you. Oh my gosh, that weekend of the funeral, Lucia was like 2, and she kept seeing my sister and like speaking for her. Like she'd be like, Caitlin has something she wants to say. And we'd be like, and then she'd be like, thank you. We're like, or she'd be like, and she said, Auntie Caitlin's at the door. She wants to come in. Like, okay. Well, my mom won't let her in, okay. So my sister was beloved, right? So luckily for me, my grief is not mine alone, but it is shared by many. And this burden of collective grief is lighter in this community. And beyond those who knew Caitlin, another community revealed itself to me. Those who also grieve silently. Too many people know grief, know the loss of a sibling, have been pained by losing a loved one to an unexpected overdose. Yet we all know grief is so common because death comes for all the living. And those of us lucky to be here still carry the badges of the victories won and bear the stories of the losses. This is part of the melancholy glory of being human. So here we again arrive to that part where the English language fails, where I found a point in my ramblings where the sidewalk ends. And I think it's for times like this and for reasons such as these that my sister loved music. Words aren't fluid enough to capture true feeling. They're boxed in by phonemes and connotations. So music becomes the stream to dive in, to find meaning, to float in truth, eyes and ears open. When we as sisters were frustrated with each other or with life, we would turn to a song. There's a song I have been singing as prayer for my siblings for decades now. And now with Caitlin gone, I now know why this song. Because her favorite color was always blue. Songs are like tattoos. I've been to see before. Crown and anchor me, or let me sail away blue. Here is a song for you, ink on a pen. Underneath the skin, an empty space to fill in. Well, there's so many singing now, you gotta keep thinking. You can make it through these waves. Acid, booze, and ass, needles, guns, and grass. Lots of laughs. Lots of laughs. Well, everybody's saying that hell is the hippest way to go out. I don't think so, but I'm gonna take a look around for blue. I love you. Here is your song from me. Here is your song from me. So please, gentle viewers out there, join me now in filling this emptiness. If you have it, taking your feelings, your grief, your loss, expressing them in a way that truly my sister understood through music. Let's make some sweet, sweet music together. That's what Joe Biden said. And let our voices rise together to remember and honor her beautiful soul. And like then we sang a hymn, and I'm gonna tell you, my mom was like, it was a good hymn. And I'm like, no hymn is good enough. Like, if you knew my sister, it shouldn't have been a hymn. It should have been like Arcade Fire. Okay. But I encourage you to take this moment and find your own music. So thank you for listening, and may we all just share with each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a, I interrupted. I'm sorry. It was very moving and personal.
Yeah, like I said, when that Purdue Pharma ruling, I mean, it's so, I think we can become cynical and think about our government not always working for us. But I remember when I wrote this, it didn't seem like anybody even noticed what was happening, not just to my family, but to thousands, hundreds of thousands of American lives and families. And to see our federal government just recently actually do something about it, it just, I feel like we kind of can gloss over that, but it just felt right to bring these words back, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. And that's the true horror story of things that have happened in this country.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm so sorry for your loss, but so moved by your love for your sister.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you have a sibling, even if they're a trying sibling, like that's an automatic kind of feel, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah. It's funny, the day at the funeral, then all my family was like, well, now Anya's gonna do my eulogy. Like, they're like, and then we were joking, like, we should do like eulogies by Anya, and it'd be my side hustle. Like, so hey, if you know anybody who's dying.
I actually wrote a eulogy for somebody before too, because they didn't know how to do it, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I should totally give a shout out. I was really super lucky. I have a really good friend from high school who is a writer by like career. I mean, she's, you know, as all writers, struggling at it, but going at it. And when she reached out to me and she's like, can I help you with anything? I'm like, I need you to help me write this fucking eulogy. Like, I don't know how to write this. So I would write things in my journal. Like, I'm always writing in my journal anyway. And then I would speech to text just these chunks of like dribble at her. And she kind of pieced it together and created a structure for me. And then and then she would be like, you know, like at one point she was like, you should probably say something nicer about her. Like, I was like,
yeah,
right. That's when the whole that whole water section came in. And like that to me not only was invaluable to have a friend who could just riff with me and when I needed it, but it was invaluable as a writer to know that there's, you know, there are people in my life who, like, I think we can think like, I can't finish this project, but it's like, sometimes all you need to do is like call your editor, like call your, you know, get somebody to look at it. And like, you know, so even if it's these high stake things like wedding vows or eulogies or just a cover letter, like reach out to each other, get your community on it. You don't have to do these things on your own, and it makes it so much easier. And now, like, she and I, we were already ride or die, but now it's like, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And community is absolutely like the best thing as an artist you can build, because there's all of that like extra empathy and support. And
yes. And so many ways to get unblocked, right? Like we get so caught up in the how, or like maybe the judgment, or, you know, but just having somebody else help you, you can just unblock all of that. Like, just get that out of your way. Yeah.
And not to sound weird, but writing that eulogy is probably one of the best pieces I ever did, because
Yeah.
And actually, that's kind of how I got started in writing. Is I would just listen to people, and then I would write their story down for them, and then give it to them, and then like that was like a cathartic thing.
Yeah,
You know?
actually, yeah, the eulogy definitely marked a turning point in my writing for sure. Of just then diving in, not feeling the need to create fiction, but to actually write what is true to me, even if it is in a fictional frame, so that every fiction is actually like steeped in my reality. Like that. I feel like that I get the strongest reactions from audiences and from my family, my friends. Like when they see my work, that is like so like a hair's line away from a diary entry. Like I've just twisted it a little bit. Like it has the most potency, and I feel like there is so much power in our truth, which if we can get out of our own way, we can harness that. We can harness the power of our own realities, and yeah, sometimes we're kind of trained not to, that you have to be creative, and like it's like the source of creativity though is reality, so you've got to come back to that.
Well, you know, I mean, I don't want to get too much into the sociology, but
yeah,
there was a big like push against actually speaking about these things for a long period of time, and it has had generational impacts on people's emotions because, you know, like that's information we pass through in our genes. Like instinct is history in our genetic code.
Absolutely. Well, and then I agree with you. There's this push to kind of ignore what's really going on with us, and then at the same time, if we look at our heroes, our true heroes, like they are people who put it all out there, like a Frida Kahlo, like even like a Tolstoy, like just like I'm gonna just create and make, and I'm gonna just pour myself like out there into whatever it is I'm doing.
Kafka.
And like how can people not connect with your truth if you really, really are true about it? If you're true about yourself, someone else will be like, that's true for me too, you know? Yeah. I'm sorry to geek out on this, and I'm sure there's other acts coming up, but this to me is just the most exciting part of art, honestly, at this point, is like, how can we really cut to the truth of it, you know?
And it's about connecting and sharing, and you know, like I feel like I can't remember the story I read, but somebody did something that was a little less happy for their own life, but raised the whole human collective happiness. And like I always think about that, you know, like this may have been hard for you, but collectively it's connected, you know?
Yes. Well, and I do have, like, there's friends of my sisters who tell me they can't even count the time, because this was recorded when I did it at the funeral, and it was like people who wanted it could get it Dropboxed by my mother or something.
Yeah.
And some of her friends are like, I can't even count the times I've listened to it. Like it's become like this like mantra thing, and I've never created something like that before or since, that just people like need it, you know? So.
Well, I appreciate that you shared it with us, and I'm trying not to let it mess up my makeup.
Yeah.
I almost made it through the night. Actually, I didn't. I messed this up in like the first 15 minutes, and I had to fix it.
You still look beautiful.
Thank you. But I'm like over here, you can see it. I'm like, keep flipping my catch cat report balls. I did a whole thing. But thank you very much for sharing that piece and being so raw and open.
Yeah, thank you for giving me a platform.
Absolutely.
Of course. That's what we're here for. And if anybody enjoyed that or enjoy seeing that, we're just trying to lift up voices and give a platform, particularly for voices that aren't always getting heard, you know? I mean, we're women plus, we're X. So basically that includes anybody from like non-binary spectrum all the way through like various femme identifying. And, these are a lot of voices that don't get heard, so that's why our company personally focuses on these. So I hope you're enjoying. Please check out our Patreon. And Anya will be back shortly before we wrap it up for the night.
Yeah, see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a few pieces left tonight that we're going to hear from Helena, and we're going to have a huge pivot in tone for some Rocky Horror.
Yes, huge pivot.
Huge pivot.
Is it Helena or
Helena. I'm so sorry, love.
Yeah.
We're going to hear from Chloe Orr, the Raven, and we're going to hear again from Anna from Hungry for Lady Macbeth before we come back for the conclusion and one last moment with Anya. All right. And without further ado, let's pivot to Rocky.
Okay, everyone.
I was feeling done in, couldn't win. I'd only ever kissed before. I thought there's no use getting into heavy petting. It only leads to trouble and seat wetting. Though all I want to know is how to go. I've tasted blood and I want more. I'll put up no resistance. I want to stay the distance. I've got an itch to scratch. I need assistance. Touch it, touch it, touch it, touch me. I wanna be dirty. Feel me, chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night. Then if anything grows when you pose, I'll well you up and drop you down. And that's just one small fraction of the main attraction. You need a friendly hand, and I need action. Touch it, touch it, touch it, touch me. I wanna be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night. Touch it, touch it, touch it, touch me. I wanna be dirty. Thrill me, chill me, fulfill me. Creature of the night.
The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this and nothing more." Distinctly, I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this and nothing more." Distinctly, I remember It was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now to still the beating of my heart I stood, repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly, your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping, tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then where that is, and this mystery explore." 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, with many a flirt and flutter. In there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mine of lord or lady perched just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird or bust above his chamber door. Bird or bust upon sculptured bust upon his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore." Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, "Doubtless," said I, "what it utters is its only stocking store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore." But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy thinking what this ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining with my head at ease, reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight glowing o'er. She shall press, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed by an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath sent thee, by the angels he hath lent thee respite, respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter set or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in given? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by the heaven that spends above us, by the God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrows laden, if within the distant Aiden it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Quit the bust upon my door, take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws a shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore.
Thank you, everyone. Those were the last of our main videos. Anya's going to be back with us in just a moment to share one last thing with us. I want to thank everyone for coming tonight and just tell you a little bit about what's coming up. We've got an awesome November getting set up. We're looking for submissions for a pet parade. So if you have any great photos of your pets or video, I'd love videos particularly, but photos good too. If you want to submit them to TQQ Theater Company, that is RE at gmail.com, or on our Facebook page, that would be amazing. We're going to do a nice, cool pet parade for the Macy's Day Parade that is canceled. And then the biggest news is actually not for November, but December. So we are going to be doing She Kills Monsters on December 27th. It's going to be our first paid show. And we are so freaking excited. Because it's also our first contract with a professional rights company. So it's really...
I'm also excited because I'm the lead.
Yes, Rachel is starring, and it's an amazing story, and kind of going back to this conversation about grief and everything, it's an amazing look into someone's grief and their process. Yeah. The name of the director, Rachel?
Well, we haven't confirmed, but one of our queens is very likely to be directing, and we should be having one of the original fight choreographers from the original show, first airing, premiere, whatever. So having insider knowledge to bring you just the best possible version of this. And we just did basically a table read last time.
Yeah.
And that was just too good. We couldn't let it go.
So we brought it back, and we're going to do it, and it's going to be freaking amazing.
Yes.
I'd love to invite Anya back one more time for an ancestor's prayer. And then Rachel and I are going to close out with some short, personal, terrifying stories. Anya?
And gross.
Hi.
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 Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. How's it going?
It's going.
It's going. We're awake. We're doing it. This is the energy we've had to have all month to bring this thing together.
Yes, and I'm enjoying myself, so I'm sure. I'm sure others are. And thank you for making that happen for all of us.
And thank you to the viewers.
I'm super enjoying you.
Yeah, and thank you to everyone who's still on. I'm seeing that we still have viewers going at 5 hours and 42 minutes. So thank you so much for being here.
Hi, viewers.
Thanks. Yay, thank you so much.
So to kind of change it up a little bit, rather than looking at my face this time, I'm going to change my screen here, my viewers. I'm going to rotate my camera.
All right, are you ready to go? We'll get out of the way.
I am. Thank you so much.
All right. Yep, you got it.
Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. Hey, look, everybody. It's an ancestor altar. Oh, what? Yeah, check it out. So if you have something around you that you think of when you think of ancestors, you can grab that maybe token or picture or piece of jewelry, or maybe you don't have a physical object. Maybe you have a memory that you draw up and hold with you. Maybe you actually have a whole little Rolodex of names or images. Maybe you're like, ancestors, what? What are you talking about, Anya? And when I think of ancestors, I think of the people who walked before me so that I could walk today. And I think of the shoulders that I'm standing on. I think of the family that must have been so that I could breathe. I think of the leaders the civic actors, the artists, the dreamers who dared so that I could be among their ilk today. I think of all the teachers. And now while we are thinking of these ancestors and what they mean to us, I'm gonna come in a little closer to the altar. I'm gonna light us some incense. Maybe you have incense too, if you wanna light some. If you like fire, this is a good time to safely, get your pyro on. Ancestors love fire. Hashtag facts. Okay. And if you are not somebody who has an ancestor area in your own home, I would highly recommend one. Look, I have my Frida Kahlo candle, right? I also bring in some elemental things. So I have some kind of earth things going on in the north, some earthy fairies happening in the north. I have some wind and sound things going on in the east, some water and shells and things happening for the west. And of course, you got to have your fire in the south. With these directions and elements, then the ancestors can find their way to me. Okay. Breathe with me. In and out. And breathe in your memories. Breathe in the joy. Breathe in your benefits, your opportunities, and your privileges. Thanks to those who came before you. Breathe in awareness of the fight, the battle, the hardship, the struggle. Come as you are, as you were, as I want you to be, as a friend, as a trend, as an old memory. Memory. Oh, great ancestors. Those who walked this earth before we even knew of time. Those who have plowed and tilled and built and innovated so that I could have such an easy life. Those who fought, those who bled, those who cried out injustice, those who dreamed of something better. We thank you. As we go into the next chapter of our country, may we remember all that you have taught us. May we take with you the lessons of your mistakes, the lessons of your struggles, and the promise of growth, of change, of revolution, and of a brighter tomorrow. For those of you who made sure that I could have voted last Wednesday, thanks for doing the work. And for those of you who teach us, my ancestors, how to move forward, we shall find a way. Look upon us with your love, your support, your strength, and we will match you in our resilience. Oh. Oh. Blessed be you ancestors. We love you, RBG. And also Sean Connery. And Herman Cain. That was a weird twist, dude. That was weird, but hey, I like your sandwiches. Thank you. Thank you, ancestors.
Blessed be.
Blessed be.
So I did do my, I added and joined in. Just to.
Good.
You know.
Yeah.
You know, and also I was, you know, like I hold suspension, I've gotten really into skepticism. So, you know, like right now I'm just like, sure, I will light candles and like concentrate my energy and whatnot. Especially since yesterday I was, I somehow stumbled into Witch Talk and they were like, this rare blue moon is like coming, like in their opinion, it brings a little bit of chaotic energy, but like revolution and revelation. And they were like, oh, let's manifest this for this election and for this new chapter. I don't know. And you were like super in line with that. And I'm just feeling it.
Yeah, I was raised by a witch lady. And I think a little bit of skepticism is in order with all sort of belief systems or spiritual structures. Like you should be skeptical and you should find your own way, whatever that way is.
For me, it was the opposite though.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I had to add skepticism in to bring it into my life.
Yeah. Well, I do think there's power in intention and in thought and in prayer. You know, I'm very bolstered by the fact that our president, and I know these are my political beliefs, maybe not all share the same, but he doesn't seem to think he'll win, and I take comfort in that because there can be no room for doubt. You know?
Yeah.
You're gonna.
I don't want to turn this into a political show because I got a whole lot of things to say about that.
Sure, but just go. You know, believe, if you're gonna do it, do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, TQQ.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anya Klingman.
Yeah.
And be sure, you know, like we're gonna share your stuff, but go ahead and drop it. I don't know if you have already. But make sure that people know how they can follow you or find you if they want to work with you.
So I definitely, for the viewers out there who are like, I would love to work with this woman. She's fascinating and so talented. I think you should reach out to Colleen and Rachel. Oh, I get by on the word of mouth. My favorite gigs have always come from somebody said you'd be great for this, and so
Thanks. I was really bad. Like, I went a long time without, like, rehearsing for anything. You know, because it's, you know, you just show up for events and you do work and people see it. And then, you know, and also there's not a ton of paid work out there. So you just gotta.
And there's, like, then a level of, like, oh, well, you know Rachel. right? Like,
yeah.
reaching me on like Facebook or something. It's like I don't know how I know you. Like I don't know. I don't even begin to know credibility or like, what do you want from me? You know. Whereas if it's like, oh, Colleen sent me, I'm be like, oh, Colleen sent you? Okay, well, what's up?
Right.
Yeah.
So like I was totally talking about this with my kids earlier. And I say my kids, and they were behind the scenes tonight. The biggest shout out to Kayla and Bodie, who were like my SM team tonight, dealing with all the backstage space and keeping track of people for me. I gotta tell, like I tell them, like they're getting ready to graduate this year, and it's all gonna be about who says what to them and lets them know what's going on, and it's word of mouth is such a big deal in our industry, and we just got to keep having those conversations.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
and I forgot what I was gonna say. I wanted to compliment the kids a little more. I don't remember.
Kids. It's
They were
nice to
just
have healthy
like
children.
I mean, but they're really great, and I like we didn't get through this night without them. Like for me, like I was like after like all of the trying to like bring everything together, like I was like I can't organize anymore. I don't even like they're just all floating up here, and so here come Colleen and our stage managers, and then lovely that all of you have the trust in us to just make it happen. And yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited about tonight. I'm super happy about how things went. I'm a little tipsy.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think somebody was on earlier talking about the origin of Samhain and All Hallows Eve, but this is technically a New Year's. Like this is New Year. You should be a little.
Yeah.
It is the turning point in our year, and the changeover for all of us who follow the pagan ways. So.
Yeah. Hello. Wheel spinning, veil thickening. Now here we go. Well,
I'm open to all holidays.
What'd you say, Rachel?
I said I'm open to all holidays, and especially I've been feeling super witchy lately. Like my house is full of plants right now and candles and just and also I got this shirt was super witchy. You know, after the new moon.
Yeah, you've been rocking the witch vibe tonight, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially with your streak too, all straightened and.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you know, I have to tell you, like getting older, to me has just been interesting. Like, you know, you're like we're taught as women, like if you're getting older or whatever, but to me, like all of the things are interesting. So this like it is a gray streak, but it was a little too thin for my liking, and I didn't want to just like say no. So I said extra yes. And so I'm just
Oh, well, no wonder it fits you so authentically, because it's based in your actual.
Yes, that's my actual gray.
Yeah, nice. I actually just started getting a couple, and I called this one Michael Brooks, and then that's a student. I probably shouldn't say his name. And then he knows. And then this one I call virtual teaching.
Colleen's sharing some of those. Cousin hair.
It just it's happening. It's happening.
It is.
Thank you so much.
It's a wonder. And the other real quick though, like the truth is like I also found it a wonder. Like I was a pretty fit, like sporty person, but I remember like after I hit 30, I watched my like looking down while sitting in the car. I could remember seeing my thighs and like hips getting a little bigger, and I was like really into that. I'm like I'm watching my body turn into this more womanly thing. Even like I wasn't afraid of it, and I hope other women like quit fearing it like it's the end of the world. Like I lean into it. It's beautiful. So many interesting things happen. And I know Michelle Obama has the book Becoming, but there was an artist like I think it was Hannah Arendt. No, it's not Hannah Arendt. The same time period. And she did a project called Becoming and was always talking about how women are always becoming something. We're girls. becoming young ladies, becoming women, and like we're always becoming this next stage of who we are. And it feels like a good time to like really reflect on that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that we're always evolving too. So as soon as you get an idea of who you think you are as a person, it may mean that it's time to like mix it up, right? Like we have so many infinite possibilities and varieties, both as people and as women. And I keep getting surprised too, and I think it connects to what you're saying too about the love of your body, because just accepting that your body has a variety, like that your toned tummy will someday be your soft tummy, and like that's okay.
Just like I love trees.
Keep growing, keep changing. Like change is sweet. Embrace it. And then if you're not going to embrace it, then do something about it and change a different way. Like, yeah.
Fine. Do that too. Whatever you want.
Older, I wish my skin would stop doing this rosacea thing. What is this about? But you know what?
It's a life choice. I never had a point where it didn't on my face. I always look sunburned. But it's just a thing. People used to be like, "You're wearing
you
blush."
Can't see it
I'm
right
like,
now, but I have a red chest always.
Right. My friend was like, "So you never need to buy blush." And I was like,
Rock
you know
it.
what? I've got to reframe my thinking. You're right. Yeah.
You've got that beautiful already blood in your face, dewy young complexion.
Yeah. I've just come from exercise. That's all.
Always.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Anya. It's been such a delight, as always.
Happy Halloween, happy Samhain, happy New Year, happy almost election, and happy TQQ event unlocked.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We love you.
We'll see you soon.
Yes. See you soon. See you soon. Ciao, ciao. Much love, everyone.
So, is that... Oh, she's just fingering it for a second.
So, I think that all that's left for tonight is for you and I to share our own personal scary story.
Yeah. Would you like to go first, or you want me to?
Sure. So we're gonna go back 9 years or so. And I mentioned earlier tonight that I do not like being jump scared. Not my thing. Not at all. And that my very first out of college job was working as a technician for a haunted attraction, as a special effects technician. And so at night, these are all in amusement parks nowadays, right? Like you go in and at Halloween they do the whole thing. And at night, they would rewire the park so all the music would play through the park speakers. But all the lighting equipment and the fog machines would have to be turned off by hand by the techs at the end of the night. So it's now past midnight in the middle of October. All the regular lights in the park are off, except for the ones that stay on that we've now gelled, blue and red and purple, and so that nothing looks normal. And I'm turning off the only lighting equipment while the haunted house music still plays. I'm by myself. The cast is gone. The crews are gone. We're the last people out. And for like the 12, 15 attractions that are there, there's only like 4 of us shutting things down. So we're all by ourselves. And it is already terrifying. And then you work yourself up more because of course the park has ghost stories and things that live in it. And it's terrifying. And so I am in the corn maze section. That's one of my turn-off areas. And of course, it's part of what I have to do goes outside the fence into the wooded area next door so I can get to one of the bays to turn everything off. And I swear I can hear something following me. And I am like, I know I am by myself. There's nothing here. And I am like, I'm turning things off. And I'm like, I'm moving faster and faster. And I was like, okay, there's nothing here. I'm just going to walk really quickly back to the employee entrance. Everything's fine. And I get back there And as I'm almost back, I hear on my walkie-talkie, "Hey, did anyone see the skunk again?" And I was like, oh, it was a skunk. Like, I don't want to get sprayed, but I was like bolting terrified through this place because it's bloody terrifying. And it's also like my worst nightmare, right? Like, I'm working in my worst nightmare, but it was also like 100% amazing as a job. But like, oh, no.
Do you have any actual verification that you were not being followed by something other than a skunk?
No, and primarily also because that part of the park started in an area that was extremely haunted, that had multiple reports of like things being moved, things being thrown around at night, people seeing a ghost boy in that section of the park. In fact, the primary place he haunted was the bathroom next to the water, next to the pool where he drowned. And yeah, which is a horrible story. But people would see a little boy walking in and out and crying, and they'd be like, "Can I help you?" And then by the time they could like actually like call for help, he's gone. And so of course that's exactly where the start of my shutoffs were, as I thought I heard something following me. So no, but like I hope it was the skunk. I'd have preferred the skunk. So it's just one of those.
Sorry, I
weird
didn't mean
things.
to freak you out. It's Halloween. I was like,
It
let's
is.
explore creepy options.
But yeah, but it's
if
like,
it wasn't a Halloween show, I never would have just like, ooh, but what if?
what if? I know. And tonight, of course, I'm by myself in my apartment because my roommate has gone out. So I'm like,
you're good.
But
You're
yeah.
good.
What about you, Rachel?
Everything's fine. So, I mean, like, scary story. I'll just tell you one of the like real live things that happened that has just like my whole life is how it feels. I don't know the word for that, but I hope you understood. So, it's okay. The prequel is when my parents were in this bowling league and they had this like little place, you know, like a nursery or not a nursery. What is it? Where you just like a night daycare to let parents bowl in their league.
Yeah, my parents used to take us to something like that.
Yeah. Well, so my sister and I were pretty young. My brother was old enough that he didn't have to go in there and he could just like hang out in the arcade. But they did give us animal crackers and fruit punch, and they had one of those vacuum cleaners that was like no machine. It was just like one of those rolling things, which just never left my brain. I don't know. I want one so bad. So there was this girl, Rhonda. She was older and she's like seemed so cool, and I kept just wanting to hang out with her. And so one time my sister and I went up to her and I'm like, "What are you reading?" She was reading a book. And so she just delivered this horrifying scene of somebody being trapped in the bathroom and all these roaches coming, and they're like, and they're like giant roaches. And I just remember her like looking at us dead in the face and going, and the roaches were like scared. I mean, we were terrified. We were children. We were like, I don't know, 6, 7 years old, something like that.
No.
Anyways, just a few years later, we're carrying this horrific fear, like this phobia. My sister cannot do righteous to this day because of it. But we had this house next door to us was not haunted so much as cursed, though it probably did become haunted because there were people who died in the home over the years. Like, we've just watched turnover after turnover, and there was and everybody's family unit is just like slowly dissolved, and it's been this really weird, devastating home of just sadness. So there was this one family, they'd split up, and then the father ended up being there by himself, and we were the same age as the kids. So we'd go over, and after a while we were getting bit by fleas because the house was infested, so we weren't allowed to go over there anymore. And then the guy stopped paying his trash bill, or a lot of his bills, and he just started piling his trash up in his backyard. And one night I was watching a movie with my dad in the back room. So we have like the front of the house, you come in, here's the living room, and then a little further is the back room, and all of this is alongside them, and then we have these huge bay windows, and over here are bay windows. And we start hearing hail, you know, and we're like, what is that sound? We look out, the back window, and there's like the half the window covered.
Oh no.
He had decided to clear out his roaches or his garbage that night, and then we go outside, and the entire outside of our house was like solid black and brown of these giant German cockroaches that you get in Texas, and it was horrifying. I don't know why I went out there. I guess because my dad seemed really brave, but I had to see it.
Oh
like
my
I
God,
heard it,
no.
you know, and I
No.
like I cannot believe that many roaches have been just like sitting in the. I mean, over 1 million for sure. It was a plague of roaches on our home.
Yeah.
That is the most like. That's the grossest.
I just want to give an amazing shout out to Jessica Lynn Clark, who has been tuned in for so long and been commenting all along. Thank you so much, love. And she would like to share, nope. And I agree.
No. It's a real story. Oh my God.
No.
My sister's children have to kill the roaches for her.
Yeah, I will freely tell you, I hate roaches. I hate bugs. The queens have been treated to my adventures with a centipede, which has interrupted my personal broadcast tonight, of which I still don't know where it went, and I'm freaked out. And I make my kids at school, I teach, and I make the kids at school take care of them if they're brave. And normally there is a catch and release program, but not when I'm there. But thank you so much tonight, everyone. It's been amazing. I'm so happy to still see people still viewing. Thank you so much. And if you can, we keep plugging it, but it's there so that we can keep running. Please, if you can give even like $1 or $2, anything helps that we can keep on running, keep on making new material, and we really look forward to keeping you entertained.
And we're only trying to increase production value. You know, what we're doing is new. Like, this is new. This is like, there's not theater companies established out there that have built their entire platform on being online and reaching people from all over the world to be able to bring them together. So like, even that alone, like, I still appreciate the magnitude of how that happened, you know, and it's largely because, you know, Hillary has done a lot of theater in different places, and Colleen has, and then I've, you know, traveled a lot, and I mean, just like, and with this team building this company. Oh, and then Tanya is in Philadelphia. We picked her up too recently. And oh no, I'm not, I shouldn't reveal her secrets of how amazing she is in all of her qualifications.
Fantastic.
We keep it quiet. But the talents, trying to build this company with the talents that this company has been blessed to receive, I can't imagine a way that this company would fail. So help keep it alive. I mean, there are people out there who want to see this, who don't know it is right now. So anything you can help, spread the word, tips. If you happen to have the royalties for a script, that'd be cool. We'll do that. Yeah.
Apply to join. You can always check out our group page and put in an application. And
yes, be a queen with us.
And I'm gonna just close it out and say Hillary's not here to say her line, so I'm going to steal it. Thank you, everyone. Come for the theater. Stay for the play.
Mama Papa Mana Kaga, Mama Papa Mana Kaga, Mama Papa Nana Kaga, Mama Papa Nana Kaga. Nice and limber, 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 nice and limber. Just because it's on the computer doesn't mean they won't be able to see all of this, all of this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, elemental P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, elemental P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, elemental P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
So do we just wait? Or
Hey y'all. So I got a question. Did anyone else get a weird request in the email for this thingy? Mine was bring red lipstick.
yeah, it was fucking weird.
Maybe we shouldn't swear in case the directors are listening.
I don't give a shit.
I just don't think that kind of language is necessary at all.
Jenny, was it?
Mm-hmm.
I got a weird direction too. It said bring flour.
I really don't see the pattern.
I got one too. It said wear a dress.
I didn't get that one. Mine was bring a curling iron. Is this an audition or a beauty pageant?
Maybe they're just trying to see if we can take direction.
I guess, but those are some strange directions.
Well, honestly, I got rent coming up next month and I'll take what I can get. Honey, I got bills to pay.
Hello, and welcome to Callbacks for White Rock Red Sky Theater Company. We are so excited to have you join us. Each of you has been chosen for your extraordinary talent. As mentioned, if cast, a stipend will be available to those non-equity actors. These are the general call-backs for our 2020 season. The entire season will be virtual due to COVID-19 for the safety of our audience and crew. Before we start, a few brief instructions. Everyone's names have been changed to a number 1 through 4. When I call out your number, respond. Now, if you are ready, let's begin. Number 4, give us an introduction.
Hey, I'm Stacy. I'm from San Diego. I'm a Cali girl. I'm 23, and I'm just really excited for this opportunity.
Good. Number 2, do the same.
I'm Ash. I'm 30. I'm from Boston, and I'm a Leo, so I've got that lion energy.
Number 1. Proceed.
Hi, y'all. I'm Jenny. I'm from Dallas, and I'm an Army brat, so it's good to get back in the theater world. It's been a while.
Number 3. Your turn.
Hi, I'm Kim. I'm 40 and I'm from Sussex, England.
Good. Now I will ask each of you one by one to perform a series of tasks. Some of these may seem a little strange. Don't worry, it's all part of the fun. Number 1, raise your right arm as high as you can while remaining seated. Do not put it down until instructed to do so. Number 4, twirl your hair. Good. Stop. Number 3, blow a kiss. Good. Number 4, bounce up and down. Everyone count backwards in your minds, 10 to 1, while patting your heads. Are we having fun? Good. Let's continue. Number 4, blink 3 times. Number 3, wiggle your eyebrows. Number 2, hold your breath for 5 seconds. Number 3, tell me your favorite color in the chat. Number 2, let's see your special item. Hold it up. Oh, that's silly. Are you silly, number 2?
Yeah, I'm a regular Bobo the Clown.
Okay, clown, slap yourself silly.
Whoa!
No, harder. Make it sting. Stop. Number 1, show me your item.
No, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go.
Show me your item. Good. Now make yourself up for me. Number 3, show us that lovely dress. Rip it. Number 4, smear the flour on your face.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4. Go to the kitchen and get a sharp knife. Come back, girls. Play a game, girls. Chicken. Faster. 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 Now, smile. You're pretty when you smile. Smile. You're pretty when you smile. Smile. You're pretty when you smile.
Smile, you're pretty when you smile. Smile, you're pretty when you smile. Smile, you're pretty when you smile. Smile, you're pretty when you smile. Smile, you're pretty when you smile. Smile, you're pretty when you smile. Smile, you're pretty when you smile. Smile, you're pretty when you smile. Smile, you're pretty when you smile. You're pretty when you smile. You're pretty when you smile. Smile, you're pretty when you smile.